Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Aniebe.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Aniebe.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Aniebe.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
We have 5,000 volunteers subscribed to volunteering their time this year on different projects happening around Africa. During this week-long campaign, you can expect to see us in your neighborhood, painting your schools, painting hospitals, giving food at the orphanages.
We're really excited to be here this morning. Lots of our team members are here, and it's part of our way at Leap Africa of giving back to our community in commemoration of the Youth Day of Service.
We're really changing the narrative across Africa this year that young people, no matter how young you are, you can really be a big part of change.
It goes to say that without the youth of today, there is no way we can achieve lasting social impact. And we just want to say a very big thank you to them.
Leap Africa that makes this to happen in this our community. This is the force of its kind in our community. So at Leap Africa, we appreciate you.
I am useful.
We have
Okay, good morning, everyone. You're welcome to day two. Welcome to day two of the Youth Leadership Debate. Welcome. Please put in the comment where you're joining in from this morning morning. I believe most of us are joining in from Nigeria. So tell us where you're joining in from this morning. And if you belong to a university that is going to be battling in the competition today, then we would love to see your representation in the comments. All right. You're all very welcome. Good morning. So we're looking out for your comments. Okay. Make sure you call all your colleagues in your universities, your friends, to get on board this morning. It promises to be an exciting day too. We had an enthralling time yesterday listening to incredible young people, very talented, very intelligent, and stimulating conversations. We're going to be continuing today. So we're turning the notch up a bit, all right? So it's going to be even better today and more exciting. So make sure that you hold fast to your seats, okay? Hold fast to your seats. Well done. It's good to see. And our debaters are already preparing. We have some debaters already in the room, and you will be hearing from them shortly. But before we go into the crux of today, I would like to just do some housekeeping. The Nigerian Youth Futures Fund, Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, is a program that we are running, and it's sponsored by the MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation. My name this morning is Rume, and I work with Leap Africa, and I'm going to be your moderator for a few minutes this morning before I hand over to my dear colleague who will be joining me later on. All right, so welcome once again. Now, if you haven't heard, before we go on this morning, if you haven't heard, it's the Youth Day of Service kicking off today. And some of you who've been on the call this morning will see that the videos that have been playing, the clips, have been talking and speaking directly to the Youth Day of Service. So it's a movement. Join the movement. We're encouraging you to go on the website. It's www.youthdayofservice.org. www.youthdayofservice.org. Make sure you go on there right away and register. You can volunteer on a project, or you can register your own project. Okay, and this movement is in commemoration of the International Youth Day. So happy International Youth Day to everyone who considers themselves as a youth on the call this morning, irrespective of where you're joining in from. So welcome once again. Great to have you. We also have our judges who are going to be giving us the scores much later on. So hang on, you want to stay till the end of the session today. You don't want to run out in a hurry. So make sure that you stay tuned. If you don't have your friends and colleagues yet joining, you better call them in, because today promises to be an exciting and enthralling session. Okay, listening to the debaters. All right. Okay, then. So we will be proceeding, and I will be giving some basic ground rules. And I would like all the participants to listen very carefully today. Okay, very carefully. So we have two speakers from each university. All right. And you are going to be giving the first speaker, who's the lead speaker, you'll be giving 5 minutes. And the second speaker will be given 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. Now, after the first speaker goes, we would have a rebuttal. Okay, we would have a rebuttal. And that's where you are addressing points that have been highlighted or mentioned by the other team. All right. And then your closing statement will be for just 1 minute. Your closing statement will be for just 1 minute. All right. 1 minute. Okay. So I hope that that is clear to everybody. Okay, make sure you keep to time. It's important that you also ensure that your connection, your internet connection, is clear and there is no noise in your background. All right, make sure there is no noise in your background. Very, very important. So make sure that you're fully prepared before we call on you. We have a number of rounds to go through today, so make sure that you are prepared adequately. All right. So once again, congratulations to the contestants for getting this far. Congratulations. So let's go in. I have to introduce the judges that we have here today who are going to be supporting us. The judges today will be supporting us. We had some very, very supportive judges yesterday. Our first judge this morning is Kelechi Anyalechi. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we look forward to an interesting conversation, and I know that our judges will be sharing some insights with the participants today. Welcome, Kelechi. How are you? It's great to see you. Good morning. Let's just hear a word from you. How are you doing this morning? Expectations? What are you looking forward to this morning? Okay. I'm not sure if it's just me, but Kelechi, we're struggling to hear you. Is it just me?
Can you hear me?
Aha, we can hear you now.
Okay,
Fantastic.
I said I'm just excited to be here today. Good morning and thank you, Ruma. Thank you, Live Africa and the NYFF initiative for having this. And I'm really looking forward to some, from Sparks to the Sparks. And I encourage the young people to, come with your A game, come with your A game. And don't just see this about a debate. It's a learning process for everybody. And that's one of the things I also want to encourage you. Don't just say you're debating. Learn through the process and be the best you can be. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kelechi. Learn through the process. All right. Welcome, Chika. Great to see you, Chika Obani. Chika, how are you feeling this morning? What are you expecting today?
The morning is very good. We had rain all through last night here in Port Harcourt City, so we're actually quite cool. And I don't like feeling cold. I really would love to see some fire, right? Some heat. We had screened these debates, the video submissions, and we really have very, very brilliant people that will be coming today that I'm very sure of. So I think this is just going to really, really exhilarate all of my senses. I'm really here to have fun, really. Thank you, Sarume.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chika. So the fireworks, bring the fireworks. It's a bit cold in Port Harcourt. Thank you for joining all the way from Port Harcourt. Okay, let's go to Queen Esther Oye. Queen, good morning. Thank you for joining us. How are you this morning and what are your expectations?
Very well. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Rume. Good morning, Kelechi and Chika and the other contestants. I'm expecting good grasp of the topic, excellent arguments, and well, going by the first round, I'm really expecting some fire, really like Chika mentioned earlier. Thank you. All the best to all the contestants.
All right. Thank you so much, Queen Esther Oye, for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so without wasting much time, we're going into the first round of day two. First round of day two. Wow. And the topic today, actually, let me introduce our speakers today. So we have our first team coming from the University of Calabar. Our first team from the University of Calabar, all right, coming in today. And on that team, we have Daniel, we have Vanessa, we have Obina, and Misan, okay? Now, University of Calabar is going up against the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi. All right, fantastic, in Bauchi. And representing the team from that university all the way from Bauchi, we have Achabi Daniel, we have Comfort Ghana Basi, and they are going to be proposing today on the topic, is the state police panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria? Is the state police panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria? Very interesting topic this morning. And so we're going to be kicking off with Chabi and Comfort, who are proposing that state police is a panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria. So can we have the first speaker come up on stage? You have 5 minutes. We'll have a timer come up as soon as we start counting down. So welcome all the way from Bauchi. You have the floor. And as soon as you start speaking, your timer will start. Do we have the team from Bauchi here? Okay, do we have our team from Bauchi? Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. Do we have our team representing that university on the call? We have Achabi Daniel, Comfort Ghana, or Comfort Ghana, all the way from Bauchi. Comfort Ghana, all the way from Bauchi University, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University.
Good morning, moderator.
Good morning.
I believe we have it wrong. We should have Vico. Okay, Vico is online now, and he'll be going next. All right, my apologies. Vico is online now. He wasn't online before, so we'll bring him up now.
Okay, so we have Vico from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. Okay, so whilst we wait for Vico to come up and start the conversation, I'd like you to get very busy in the comments this morning. I'd like you to get very busy and support your school. Make sure you're supporting your school, your team. Okay, all right. How are you? Good morning.
I'm good, sir. Morning. Can you hear you, sir? All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vico Daniel Achabi from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. I'm presenting my campus here, and we're speaking on is the state police a panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria? It's actually a debating topic. So let us get key points first. What's a panacea? A panacea is anything that has the ability to cause cure or bring cure to any lasting solution. The state police, as of now, is not currently functional in Nigeria. We just have the federal police function in Nigeria. So the question is the state police a panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria? That is to say, does it have the ability to cause lasting peace in Nigeria? With the following points of mine. The state police are basically responsible for securities, basically in different localities in the nation. We'll be proposing on the motion that the state police has the ability to cause lasting peace with the following points of mine. The first one is the knowledge of the locality. The knowledge of the locality. We have issues in our country today where police officers are posted from different locality to a different state, where they have no idea about what's happening there. Now, when they get to that locality, it has to take them time to understand the various areas, the various peculiarities of security issues related to that issue. But once we have a state police intact in every nation, it has the ability, they have the ability to have a good knowledge about what's happening around the locality. They have the ability to understand the language,
have had his computer frozen or his connection frozen. So we would just...
let's see. The second point is...
Okay, we have him back.
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Anyebie.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
All right, I think we have him frozen. Perhaps the connection issues over there, connection issues. So what I'm going to do so that we manage our time is we will just be moving to the opposition. The opposition, all right? Well, this time not party opposition, but the debate opposition or opposing team. Let's hear from them while we give the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University an opportunity to sort out their internet glitches, okay? So let's go to University of Calabar. University of Calabar, let's hear your lead speaker who is opposing, you're opposing the motion that state police is a panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria. So can we have the University of Calabar's representative come on stage and oppose this motion this morning convincingly? Judges are looking forward to that. So convince us this morning. Over to you. Your time will start as soon as you start speaking. Can we see your face? You turn on your video and turn your microphone on so that we go straight into hearing from you. Are you there? A University of Calabar's representative, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, please. I'm the first speaker.
Okay. All right. So you're welcome. Your time starts now. 5 minutes.
In deeply multicultural and ethnic societies like Nigeria, it is important to create structures which have a strong tenacity and likelihood to foster integration and a bond which binds such societies into a collective. The police unit as a major structure of state internal security is one which is hugely critical and pivotal in ensuring that the country does not implode into factions and internal uproar. Thus, from opposition, we will do our best to examine how state policing fails in achieving the social goal of security, and also engaging on what the alternate world can be to achieve such goal. First thing we need to analyze is the root cause of police failure in status quo and the problem solution mismatch with state policing. By November 2020 publication by Premium Times NG, it was shown that poor remuneration, inadequate welfare packages, lack of modern equipment, tech and hardware to combat crime, poor intelligence gathering are huge setbacks to the Nigerian police force. In addition, lack of transparency in leadership, which breeds corruption, that further trickles into cut corners in training and discipline, are the fundamental root cause problems of the Nigerian police force. The impact of this argument is that the problems with policing in status quo are systemic issues not attributable to their being state or federal police structure. But more importantly, is that the policy of state policing only exacerbates and increases the already corrupt system. This is a problem solution mismatch which we firmly contend from opposition. What we argue is that it is best to work on the existing systemic issues rather than creating newer levels of policing, which will only increase the already existing levels of corruption. We think that state policing is not a panacea to lasting peace. Rather, it only exacerbates the actual issues that exist in society. Second thing we need to analyze is accountability and effectiveness. In a deeply multicultural society, the tendency for inter-ethnic tensions is very high, with some instances leading to very violent clashes and engagement. We see that happening in Nigeria. In a world where we grant state policing as a policy, we risk the perpetration of regional sentiments backed up by state police force. On the other hand, our world of diverse police member regions serves as a system of internal checks and balances and ensures accountability for even members of the police force. So we're able to guarantee that even within the police force, there is no form of alignment and state loyalty that harms the state, that harms the nation. Another level of argument is that states have differences, and these differences may tend to create jurisdictional clashes in carrying out their duties. With state police, we increase the likelihood of utilization of police units as a means to fighting clashing state wars. We want a world where there is a higher chance of accountability, and that comes in federal police with diverse membership. We don't want a world where states clash through the existence of the state police. The third thing we need to show, and finally, is that statistically speaking, state policing has seen to be ineffective in even some of the best democracies in the world. The typical example here is the United States of America. The United States far surpasses most wealthy democracies in killings by police. Campaign Zero's mapping police violence tracker estimates that US police killed 8,767 people between 2013 and 2020. According to that same database, they killed another 1,139 people in 2021. In comparison, just about 254 people died in encounters with Canadian police between 2013 and 2020, while some countries such as Finland and Norway with federal policing have gone years without police killings. Other thriving countries with federal policing include Germany, Switzerland, Austria. With proper management, we from opposition believe strongly that it is possible to have lasting peace in Nigeria with the proper management of the already existing police structure. We do not think that the creation of state police will ultimately be the solution to lasting peace. Rather, we think that what it is going to do is to exacerbate and increase the already existing tensions within the society. From opposition, we believe that lasting peace is important, but we also believe that the road and the route to lasting peace is almost as important as the lasting peace in itself. And we think that we are incredibly proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Time. So thank you very much for that. All right, judges. I'm sure you're beginning to get some of the fireworks you were expecting this morning. I will be moving on to check whether we now have representation from Abubakar. Welcome. So you just heard from the University of Calabar. They've put their opposition forward. And we know that the connection interrupted initially, and you are back. So it's great to have you back. Let's hear from you. Is state police a panacea to lasting peace in Nigeria? We'll reset your timing because you dropped off, and that's the only fair thing to do. So your time starts now. 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for the breakout. Thank you very much for the breakout. So as I was saying, the first point I gave was federal policing, the federal policing system of Nigeria. The second point I'll be giving is real-time action to current situations in Nigeria. Every community has its own peculiar security issues, and then receiving directives from the federal government down to the local governments to ensure that the security issues are curtailed. We'll be able to work better if we have a state government. The state government has the ability to be able to have a real-time action to certain issues around our community. The first point was the issue of federal policy, in which they'll be able to receive directives from the state government, aiding security issues to be tampered on time. Without much ado, I think I will leave my point here for my second fellow. Thank you very much, sir.
You still had quite a lot of time that you didn't exhaust. So I was hoping that you would speak more to that. But nonetheless, let's move on. Let's go now to the second speaker. Okay, the second speaker from the University of Calabar. The second speaker. Now, as we go to listen to the second speaker from the University of Calabar, let's have the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University second speaker prepare to come on immediately after. Okay. Now, you as a second speaker have 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. So let's keep it short. Let's keep it punchy, and let's give insights to the people watching today. Over to you. Do we have the representative from University of Calabar? Oh, great.
Chair the House. Let us start by engaging that argument on prompt response, right? So notice how on a channel's interview, right, the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, said that there's an implementation of decentralization of the decision-making structure within the police force, right? So that states commissioners of police and the divisional police officers, that's the DPOs, can regulate local governments, meaning that if there is need for a state government to take action urgently, he can work with the state commissioner of police. That action doesn't need to be vetted by Abuja, right? So we think that the issue of prompt response is not really realistic because we already have checks and balances within our system to ensure that prompt response comes along. Second thing, notice how they do not engage what my first speaker talks about corruption, right? My first speaker does a lot of citation on how the issues within the Nigerian police is largely an issue of corruption, right? Because they suffer from poor remuneration, inadequate welfare packages, lack of modern equipment, poor intelligence gathering, etc. Meanwhile, the budget for the police as of 2021, about 547.7 billion naira was approved for the police force, right? So we see that the money is available, but the money is not producing results. This means that a lot of corruption is affecting the ability of the force to impact positively within societies. We then think that if you solve the problem of corruption, we can then be like countries like Germany, Switzerland, Austria, that practice the federal system of policing and do it well and adequately, right? Also note, right, the former governor of Osun State, Ralph Aregbesola, in 2014 introduced security architecture by purchasing helicopters for aerial security surveillance and more than 25 high-tech armored personnel carriers. That's a feat that has never ever been achieved by past governors, right? This equipment was rightly used at that time to drive away undesirable elements from the state, and the IGP expressed gratitude. So if state governments care about their constituents, they can always make moves to ensure an alleviation of security threats by making donations in terms of weaponry or whatever, right? Lastly, let's engage the clashing issue of lasting peace and the meaning of lasting peace, right? We think that lasting peace is peace all over Nigeria. What does this mean for states like Cross River State that have very low budgetary allocations? Budgetary allocations that they struggle to use to provide for citizens, right? When you have state police forces, it means that these low budgetary allocations would reflect as a low remuneration for the police officers, which means poorer services for these states with lower remunerations, while the bigger states like Lagos State and Abuja can have better police forces. We would now see a disparity where some states have great forces while some states have, with lasting peace and not a particular place. Never be more proud to win from opposition. Unical. Thank you.
State policing, lasting peace definition. They're giving us some more clarity around what lasting peace means to Unical. Okay, all right. I'm sure our judges are taking note. Looking forward to hearing their feedback this morning. Okay, let's move on to the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, all the way from Bauchi. We have our second speaker. Do we have our second speaker to respond to what Unical has just laid down? Do we have Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University to respond? Okay. Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Do we have representation?
Mr. Moderator, I do not think that we have a representative because we don't have the names that we have here. Nobody is from the second group for Abubakar Tafawa, unless they're joining with a different microphone. I see a Gabriel Francis, so I'll bring him up.
Okay, all right, thank you. Gabriel Francis, are you from the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University? All right, whilst we're trying to sort that out, I want to move to the comments now because I'm really interested in what is happening in the comments. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? What are you learning? All our viewers online, what are you hearing? Are you representing your school properly? Are you representing your school properly? Make sure you're here to support. Okay, I could see some people on stage now. Are you from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa? gentleman and lady?
Yes, sir.
You are from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. And
yes, sir.
second speaker.
Yes, sir. The second speaker for Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University.
Okay, you have the floor. 3 minutes. Let's go. Let's hear from you. Your time starts now.
Okay, good morning. I'll be speaking on the proposing side from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. My name is Gabriel Francis, and I'll be speaking for the proposing side. Is the police a panacea to a lasting peace in Nigeria? I would say yes, because Nigeria as a government, as a nation, we actually have different kind of diversified resources and also persons and personality in our country. So I will be moving and proposing for the motion that we stay as a nation for centralized system of police in Nigeria. So what is policing? Policing is the ability of the Nigerian police force and its community to work interpersonal relationship where we share vital information together and vital communication tools together where we safeguard ourselves and lives and property. I would like to speak on active communication and relation with communities in crisis. A real-time response, ability of the local police to act promptly in rising and life-threatening situations in our environment. Here is an evidence. In 1999, a bill was actually passed in the National Assembly in section 21, article 4, says and equivocal that a state commissioner of police shall be at liberty to refer a directive given by the state governor to the president before acting on it. With this point of mind, I would say this is actually keeping our nation in a hold whereby in a life-threatening situation where we have to come from the IGP in Abuja, where we wait for a quick response that things should be done in a proper way. I think community policing will go a better way, whereby we work with our local vigilante to see how we state and allow how to run and sponsor policing that lives and property that they are meant to safeguard and protect. I also like to state it also that partnering the state police with local representative, it actually helps and booster a lot of things like the place of communication, sharing of vital information that will stand as a nation together, that it will bring a great and lasting impact, whereby the state, the local community shares vital information with police so that there will be quick response in guiding and safeguarding lives and property. Also here we'll be investing in collaboration where technology is another vital aspect in our nation where we need to invest in more. We need to invest in more so that it will help boost our policing system and help us to stand and to safeguard our nation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did very well with time. All right, we'll let the judges decide. We'll let the judges decide. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to be going into the final or closing remarks from the debaters for this particular round. Now we want you to crystallize, okay? And I believe that this will be the function of the first speaker. We want you to crystallize the round, and you have just 1 minute to do this. This is your closing speech, your closing remark, and we want you to make it punchy. I'm looking for some conviction here, okay? And the judges are expecting the same. Whilst you're doing that, okay, let's see in the comments, let's share insights, okay? And you can also, if you're representing or you're part of UNICAL or the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, you can also put in some additional points in the comments. We look forward to seeing that. All right. So, UNICAL, I see you're ready. Your time starts now. 1 minute.
Okay. Panel, at the end of this debate, we have two teams. One team, opposition, tells you that the actual causes of police failure and police ineffectivity is due to the root cause issues of lack of transparency and corruption. The other team says that this debate requires us to have state policing, and state policing is the solution. We show you that state policing does not negate the existence of these root cause issues. And if these root cause issues will ultimately still exist in a world with state policing, then we do not achieve the lasting peace and the lasting goal which we want in status quo. We think that even with collaboration, we have shown from our second speaker that even with collaboration and active involvement by state governments, we can ultimately have federal policing that is very effective. So we are very, very proud to come from opposition to defend the status quo and defend federal policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Unical. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Closing statement. Thank you. Now let's move on to Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, you have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Right. Thank you very much. Now let me wrap up on this note. Imagine a government, imagine a community without adequate security personnel to curtail all issues. Now let's look at federalism, where we have all parts of or arms of the government that work with the respective part of that, from the federal government to the state government to the local government. Each of them have the responsibility to curtail whatever is working on each of those stands. Imagine a place where the government are not aware of its citizens' problem. Imagine a place where not everyone has the ability to do what is needed of them. I stand with this notion that with the improvement or with the bringing in of a state police to our government, it has the ability to be aware of what's happening around and to curtail security issues to the best of their knowledge. It started from when we had the issues of emirs who had bodyguards. They had the ability to create orderliness in all their respective zones because they were aware of what was happening around them. I think with this few points of mine, I believe we have the ability to cause real change if we have the state police. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see some applause. Let's see some applause in the comments. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's encourage our debaters today. Yeah, I see some thumbs up. Ola Idris says it's been a very interesting discussion. Interesting. Bodyguards. There was a mention of bodyguards there. I see a thumbs up from Teach for Nigeria. Oh, it's nice to see Teach for Nigeria on the call. Okay, wow. So, judges, I don't want to be in your position this morning. But one of the things that, as we hear from our judges, one of the things that we're going to be hearing is feedback. Our judges are going to give us feedback. The announcement of the winners will come much later at the end of the day today. So judges, please hold back on your winner announcement. We will announce at the end so that we have a lot more people anticipating, okay, the outcome. But we'd like to hear your feedback very quickly. I think we'll just start with Esther. Can we go to Queen Esther? Queen Esther Oye, let's give you the opportunity to share your feedback to the participants.
Good. Thank you very much. For the first presenter, that's from Tafawa Balewa University. For the first presenter, of course, the strengths from his presentation are that he defined the key terms. He was able to define the motion. Well, it's really unfortunate he had a technical itch, but irrespective of that, the major point the major argument I could sense from his presentation was arguing about the fact that in favor of state policing, they have a good knowledge of the locality, and so we'll be able to relate more with policing in the state because they have a good knowledge of the locality. Also, I think the arguments were not too detailed. They lacked substantive facts and evidences. I could also see poor time management from that. Then going on to University of Calabar, let me just generalize both the first and the second presenter. Okay, yes, for the first presenter, I was expecting him to oppose the points at least before the first presenter from the Tafawa Balewa University had a technical itch, he made a point. I was expecting him to oppose that argument, but he did not. He went straight away to present his own arguments. But I really want to give a thumbs up to the presenters from the University of Calabar. I could see passion. Their arguments were quite persuasive and detailed. Yes, the passion was there generally. But like I said, the only criticism I have for them was the first presenter did not oppose the arguments of the proposing side. Thank you. I pass on the baton to my fellow judges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Queen Esther. Thank you. All right, so let's go to our next judge. Who wants to go? Chika, do you want to go next?
No problem at all. So good morning again, and as expected, we have actually seen the fireworks. So I would want to start off by saying congratulations to all four speakers that have ably represented their institutions this beautiful morning. Now, just to go individually and then give some other feedback, I will be starting with the Tafawa Balewa University speakers, and I would like to start with what I think they did really well. I think what went well for them is composure, right? Great composure. Despite even the network glitch, the first speaker showed composure when he was brought back on to use his remaining 2 minutes plus seconds to be able to speak through. That came out very strongly, as well as the manner in which the second speaker did introduce himself by greeting the crowd and stating his name. I know this is an electronic medium, this is a virtual medium, so it's easy to usually miss that out, but that came out strongly from that particular team, and I really appreciated that bit. What I thought didn't go really well is I felt they probably had fallen short of preparation before the speech, because it seemed that by the third round, a number of the material that was expected to have been spoken to during the first and second rounds came out strongly during the conclusion. So it actually did show that probably somewhere along the line, there were some wires crossed, but and that failed to show in the early moments of their presentation. But apart from that, very good showing. I really appreciate the fact that they came out here. I will speak again to the composure of both speakers, especially the first speaker, and would like to encourage them that they keep up with such composure even as they continue in their speaking careers. Now, moving on to the University of Calabar, just as my previous judge has said, we cannot take away the fact that they came up passionately. They had what they believed so much in their content, and they showed confidence in their material. Yes, they had a 0 for rebuttal because none of the speakers across both schools listened enough to have picked up conversation points from the opposing side and mix it in their materials. Still, the second speaker for University of Calabar made sure to refer to points that were already stated initially by the first speaker, which I thought was very good as a presentation format. But what do I think could be improved upon? Based on my observation, the second speaker had a crutch word, what at times we call a filler word. He tended to use that word in connecting his thoughts almost every single time. That was right. So he would go like, state policing cannot be a panacea, right? According to Norway and Sweden, right? And that came out over and over again. So my encouragement to him is he should be more intentional to cut that out. It doesn't add any value to his presentation. And once he can get that out, every other thing will be okay. Also, I would like to speak to their audibility. So it's different for one to be clear, and then there is also a different point you get to as a speaker where you now engage in vocal variety. And I believe that vocal variety would have helped this presentation very, very well, considering the fact that they were all high pitched and remained at that pitch throughout their 5 plus 3 minutes that they spoke for. Imagine if they had been able to modulate, come low, go high, it would have been much more interesting for the ears. And the last but not the least is for the first speaker, I would ask next time we give content like this, don't keep all of your examples to the end, because when you began to speak to illustration studies and what is obtainable in other clients, it came towards the end of the first round. This needs to come off straight. It strengthens your presentation, it strengthens your argument when you can say this has happened here, there are studies supporting this. Overall, great presentation by both speakers, great presentation by all four speakers. I'm very happy to have been here to participate today. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chika, for that. Really appreciate very detailed feedback. Kelechi, I know that Chika has really spoken extensively. Anything you want to add in terms of feedback for the participants?
Oh, yeah. I just want to say, first of all, well done for the great work. And I'm coming from the space of debates and not things that have been, unfortunately, very, very, very effective in Nigeria in the past maybe 10 years or more, which we hope, and that's why I really love what's going on with the NYFF and Leap Africa to reignite this very, very, very important aspect. So one of the areas I noticed in the University of Calabar is that they seem to be reading their speeches. I know that this was an online debate, but you need to understand that if you're going to go be before a live audience and have your debates, you're not going to be able to be reading anything from a book. That's one of the things I observed. And the second speaker also had the same thing. So you need to be able to, it's 5 minutes, and that's why a lot of practice is, very, very important. Because how was it very obvious? By the time the first speaker was talking, you could notice that, of course, when you're reading, sometimes you could find that you're missing one line or the other, and then he has to look in and all. So I would encourage you, because if you're able to go to the next rounds, you're not going to be able to have an opportunity to go look through any document or book or whatever it is that you're using at that point. So that is very, very important, in addition to what every other person has said. Make sure that when you're having this, those of you who will go to the next round, and even if you don't, I started by saying that this is a learning process for you. So you can learn so that when you have other opportunities to present your case or have debates or things like this, you would come out much better. But well done. Well done for the great work. Thank you. Surume, I can hear you.
We couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much, Kelechi, for that. Very apt, very apt. Thank you. And thank you, Chika. Thank you, Queen Esther, for your feedback. Our judges, hey, look, viewers, our judges are going to be sending in the scores to us, okay? And we'll be announcing the winner of this round at the end of today's rounds, okay? So we have a series of rounds to go, and we have more exciting topics. So look, you can't afford to leave now. You can't. You simply can't. And if you know somebody who is not yet here, then you need to go and call them in. Happy International Youth Day. I see all the comments already coming up. It's the Youth Day of Service at Leap Africa. Go to www.youthdayofservice.org and be a part of the Youth Day of Service at Leap Africa in commemoration of the International Youth Day. Okay, thank you very much. I hope our debaters took the feedback. Stick around, debaters, okay? You would come off stage now, but stick around so that you wait for the announcement of the results much later. Okay, so let's go into the next round, all right? Some of you used to play those animated games. Round 6, fight. Unfortunately, we're not fighting here. Fortunately, we're having constructive conversations that will begin to inspire and influence policy-making, decision-making in the country. It's a pleasure for me to move to the next round of this enthralling debate competition, and I'm introducing the University of Maiduguri. We have the University of Maiduguri represented in this round. They're going up against Nnamdi Azikiwe University, the Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Now, from the University of Maiduguri, we have Umar Zana, who's representing, and Usman Bashir, okay? Usman Bashir and Umar Zana, who are going to be proposing today, grit, not funds, is the major recipe for successful entrepreneurship. So we've come from state policing and we're going into entrepreneurship. They are going to be saying that grit, not funds, is the major recipe for successful entrepreneurship. Whilst Nnamdi Azikiwe University will be speaking in opposition to say, no, 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 grit is actually what is the major recipe. And Onyeka Somtochukwu, as well as Kalu Michael, will be doing justice to this. I'm sure our judges are equally excited. Those of you in the comments, I'm sure you are equally excited. Keep putting your comments in and pull everyone in who's not yet here. So we will proceed. We will proceed. That's the topic right there. Grit, not funds, is the major recipe for successful entrepreneurship. And we'll begin with the proposing side from the University of Maiduguri. Do we have the University of Maiduguri on stage so that we can hear from them? First speaker has 5 minutes, second speaker has 3 minutes, and then your closing speech is for 1 minute. Okay, University of Maiduguri. All right. You represent.
Hello, can you hear me? Umar Zanna Sonoma is my name. I am representing University of Maiduguri. I am here to support the motion with my co-colleague which says grit and not fun are the recipe for a successful entrepreneurship. But before I delve in proper, I think it is pertinent I define the key terms. Grit, according to Cambridge English Dictionary, is the persistence or the courage despite difficulty. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, fund is the amount of money or resources juxtaposed for a specific objective. In 1848, John Stuart Mill, a famous economist, has this to say on entrepreneurship: it is the finding of a private enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are quite sure that fund or resources is the major recipe for a lot of things in life. If you want a quality life, you got fund. If you want to spend a luxurious life, fund is the greatest recipe. But when it comes to an entrepreneurial setting like this, the story is quite different. Let me trace us back to the track records of history. 2019 and 2020 were the deadliest time around the world, where COVID-19 infiltrated a lot of havoc to the globe. We've seen travel restrictions everywhere, government restrictions on entrepreneurship, businesses, education, health, security, nationwide, and even entire globe. We've been into lockdowns and what have you. We have businessmen at those times. How many businesses have crashed? Can you tell me? A lot have crashed, a lot of businesses. But what? Those people with the persistence, the perseverance, the courage are the ones who took side, who took courage to the next level. They are today the ones with the innovative idea. Even the StreamYard we are using today is part of the persistence and idea that one wishes to continue despite difficulty. Let me say, thanks to the definition of Cambridge English Dictionary that says patience, that says grit is the patience and perseverance despite the difficulty, even during COVID-19 times. On a second note, you take a look at successful businessmen, entrepreneurs, people like Elon Musk. He started his own business career with his own brother, and as a fellow, they found out the software company in 1995. With what did he started? He borrowed funds from his father. Let me bring it to our place here, Nigeria. Who is the richest man in Africa? Is Aliko Dangote. Aliko Dangote started his business career by selling petty commodities such as sugar, salt, and what have you. But what is the source of his revenue for us today that he's successful? He borrowed money from his own father. What I'm trying to imply in essence is that I'm not trying to say money is not part of success. But when you talk about success in terms of entrepreneurship, it is the major recipe for that success. Let me tell you, why didn't Aliko Dangote or Elon Musk borrow grit from his uncle or father? Did they went to his uncle or father to say, please give me your patience so that I can continue my business? I know today they have repaid even the money. But can you buy patience? Can you buy endurance? Can you buy persistence? And tell me a successful person that is successful without those virtues. They are the virtues of life. Even in the piece of success, everything that has to do with success, money comes, I think, the last. If you talk about the piece of success by Andiana Dugard, she says patience, persistence, perseverance, and prayers. These are the yardstick that will shoot you into cloud nine of entrepreneurial success. As I said earlier, we are not disputing the simple fact that money is also a greatest recipe. But when you talk about success in entrepreneurship, believe me, you must mention greed as the major recipe. From a personal experience, I am an entrepreneurship. I am an entrepreneur. Despite the ASU strike, I manage my petty entrepreneur business. Believe me, I could have left this business if to say fun was the major thing that would hinder me from having continue my business. Because the capital is no, there is minimal capital. But what I have in stock, patience, persistence, and perseverance. And as I speak to you right now, my business is flourishing like no tomorrow. So those people who have greed, they seize opportunities. They seek opportunities, take opportunities. You may have money, but you cannot take opportunity. But what? Once you have the patience and perseverance, you can take the opportunity. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Kept to time. Spot on. Okay. Namdi Azikiwe. Well, all right. All right. Let's hear from you. You better have a good argument to counter that. All right. So Namdi Azikiwe, I trust you are ready. Aha. Okay. So we have our first speaker from Namdi Azikiwe, who is going to be saying funds, not greed, as the major recipe for successful entrepreneurship. Your time, you have 5 minutes, and starts now.
Okay. Hi, good day, judges. My name is Onya Kamirabel, a member of the team representing Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and I will start my speech now. Okay, first of all, I would have to agree with the definitions of the proposition side. I agree with his definitions, but I want to point out something to his examples. He gave examples of people like Elon Musk and Dangote, but he forgot to mention that the major recipe to their success is that they had funds first and foremost to basically start up their business. I do not disagree with him that yes, grades are important, but the very nature of entrepreneurship is one would require funds for it to even exist in the first place. To basically start up an entrepreneurship, talk about making it successful, it has to be established, and it's not great that basically start up that, but it's basically the availability of funds that allows you to start up these businesses and maintain them. But one major thing in this debate is the fact that it has to be a successful entrepreneurship. So it's not just about starting an entrepreneurship, it's being able to basically maintain it. And the one thing that defines a successful entrepreneurship is basically its ability to basically survive, its ability to basically be sustainable, and its ability to basically be to have a customer base and profitable. This brings me to my first point. Based on the principle of comparative utility for business survival, the lesser funds you have means that there are lesser chances of you sustaining your business, means you have higher chances of failure. The utility that funds bring to any business is it's undeniable and irreplaceable. You need funds to basically maintain your business in of itself before you even think about growth. But let me give you an example. Currently existing in this country in which this debate is basically free, you have issues like high inflation, dollar limit, you have things like exorbitant tax rates. It is not great that pays those things. It is the ability of funds that actually allow you to maintain your business. Before your business can basically be successful, this business first of all and foremost need to be able to stand. This is why we tell you that if you have grit but you have no funds, you have no business, because you need funds to even start up a business, talk more of maintaining it in the first place. This brings to my second point, which I think is something opposition needs to listen to. I believe that funds can basically give you grit. Funds basically give you grit, and these are on two levels of analysis. Firstly, an entrepreneur who has funds is one who is able to basically settle his most basic needs, such as paying bills, paying his employers, ensuring that his taxes are paid. Now, his business may not be flourishing, but because these basic things are already settled, he is motivated to basically persevere, to be resilient, and basically continue. These mental traits, which is the same thing as grit, a personality trait, are available because he has funds to basically sort out his needs. One who has grit but has no funds to basically sort out anything of itself do not have the motivation to continue innovate themselves. This brings me to my third point of itself. The fact that funds basically give you a major head start for their ability to basically ensure a successful entrepreneur. To use his examples, like Aliko Dangote, these people themselves had huge major head start, like in the millions of naira to basically start up. These basically increased their chances of basically having a successful business. In Nigeria today, we have so many ideas. The one thing that really defines the Nigerian people is the ability to basically persevere, to be resilient. These are the definition of grit. But somehow we still have a low rate of entrepreneurship success in Nigeria. And this is the reason why we are seeing the largest drain brain ever in the Nigerian economy. Our people are basically leaving our country to other countries. It is not for the fact that they do not have grit, but the fact that there is no funds of themselves. This basically gives you evidential fact that the necessity of like the need for fund is very important above giving on itself. And I'll run you a comparative of Nigeria and other Western countries. In Nigeria, we have good ideas. We have people who are resilient and persevere. But the one thing the Western country and the developing country have is the availability of fund. This is why they have a high rate of entrepreneurship success. According to the report released by the civilian governance of last year, the interest rate for small and medium enterprises is at 21.1%. This is 16% higher than the 11.1% given to bigger corporations. What this means is that smaller and medium businesses have to basically pay through their noses to cover the interest for the loans they collect. These basically discourage them. But now, let us not forget that these entrepreneurs are busy people in themselves. They have responsibilities. So the basic fear of betting on themselves basically forces them to close. It is not for the fact that they do not love their dream or they're not perseverance, but the reality is the economy in which we live in which that we need funds above grit. You may love your idea so much, but without the availability of funds, you are unable to basically sustain that dream in of itself. So we tell you that with the availability of fund is the ground on which grit is able to survive in of itself. We have shown you that fund is basically what is needed for any business to survive. For a business to start up, you need funds. For a business to be sustained, you need funds in of itself. We've shown you that if with the availability of funds, then we are able to basically have grit to basically continue. You are able to basically persevere. But do not forget that the very nature of entrepreneur is one that assures you of basically failures, trials, and losses in the course of your journey. If you do not have funds to basically counter these losses, you're not going to end up having no business whatsoever at the end. And with that, I'm proud to oppose. Thank you.
Okay. Judges. All right, there's a lot to do. Judges, like I said, I don't envy you at this time. We're going into the second speakers. Okay. We'll bring up our second speakers. I was just saying to the judges that I hope they're listening. It's quite an engaging one, quite an engaging round. So we're going to be hearing from the second speaker now. Okay, from the second speaker from the University of Maiduguri. All right, so your time starts now. You have 3 minutes.
Responding to the first speaker from the opposition side, she stated that Aliko Dangote started with a startup of multi-billion capital. In the book written by Moshood Ademola, he stated that Aliko Dangote started with 500,000 naira as a startup. I think she's wrong here. To build on my colleague's definition of entrepreneurship, according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, telephones are the 16th most traded product in the globe. And most of these phones are made from mineral resources that are exported from Africa. But despite the fact that there are people in Africa with the fund to invest in this industry, they lack the grit and the determination to utilize this multi-billion-dollar opportunity. Coming down to Nigeria, which is rated as the 11th among the oil-producing countries by Forbes. Despite this opportunity, for the first 61 years, people in Nigeria who has the fund to invest it, they did not because they lacked the determination to utilize that opportunity. And then to my home state, Borno, which is the Nigerian portion of the Chad Basin region. And according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, this region has the largest cultivable land in the whole of African continent. But despite that opportunity, the people lack the determination and the motivation to utilize this opportunity. Secondly, when you talk of the entertainment industry, uploading a 7.2 high definition movie in Nigeria takes 23.3 minutes, which is opposed to that of Singapore, which is 20 minutes. You see here, there are obstacles that require not fund, but the persistence to keep trying and the determination to cope up with innovative ways of doing things. On the other hand, when you talk of government regulation, collaborating on my colleague's point, There are regulations on ground that limit your participation as an entrepreneur, that serve as an obstacle for entrepreneurship. A good example is the crypto startup, which is shut down by the Central Bank of Nigeria. But despite the fact that these are shut down, you need not the fund, but the determination to meet the government and request for an approach, for a consistent regulatory approach. The second thing is that, according to the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation, they stated that you need technology in Africa is growing. So for you to, and in Nigeria, for you to utilize that opportunity, you need the determination to build and innovate. With this point, I hope I convince you that grit is a great recipe for a successful entrepreneurship in Africa.
All right, thank you very much. Kept to time. Grit is important. Okay, very, very, very interesting conversation there. I wouldn't say much. All right, let's move over to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, second speaker. Let's hear from you. Quite an interesting conversation. I'd like to see more comments from our viewers. Okay, all right, you have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Okay, so the first problem we get from side proposition in today's debate is they keep on knocking on that Dangote example when clearly it shoots them in the foot. The second speaker comes up to tell us that Dangote started with 500,000. This was in the late 80s. As a matter of fact, considering every single form of inflation that has occurred between then and now, you see that this 500,000 in and of itself is actually worth more than 100 million naira in today's Nigeria. The second problem they have is that my partner already explained to you that when these people started, that is Dangote and Elon Musk, when they started, their parents already had established businesses. They had fallback options. They did not just go into business because they had the grit. They went into business because, first of all, they got the funds from their parents and they had the fallback option in case anything happened to that fund. So even if this guy says, okay, they started with 500,000, the fact of the matter was, Dangote knew that there was more coming from that place that he got that 500,000. So even if something happens, it did not require any form of grit or determination. It actually required him taking risks because he knows that there's fund that's going to come in from his parents. He still has more funds lying around. Now, the second problem we have from side proposition is the fact that they say that during the pandemic, the main thing that helped businesses was persistence. The problem with that is that governments in every single country in today's world, they give out what you call the bailout funds to SMEs and other low and other small entrepreneurs. The reason why they give out bailout funds and they did not encourage you to be persistent is because they knew that at that particular point in time, what you needed is funds. Now, let's bring that down to the Nigerian setting. We know that our present everyday life in Nigeria almost resembles what we have during the pandemic. That is a lot of limitations similar to what we have during the pandemic. That is why we believe that even the government, despite the multitude of people who are experienced in the US government, they realize that what you need at that point in time is funds, not persistence. They gave that funds. We then think that in a Nigerian setting where so many limitations are abound, which a proposition actually agrees to, with several limitations abound, we think it then makes sense for us to say that funds is the main recipe for success. The next thing we get from proposition is the idea that, well, they keep on giving us quotes and stuff like that. Now, on our own part of the house, a number of studies which you have to understand. The first study is the one from the World Bank, which tells us that 70% of SMEs in 2021, 70% of SMEs fall due to lack of things like funds, materials, and infrastructure. All these things are things that can be remedied by funds. So that shows you clearly that funds, according to an established study by World Bank, is something that's very important. The next thing these guys tell us is the idea of limitations. From our own part of the house, these are the two things I want to add. First of all, we think that risk is very, very important in business. In our own world, we've already shown you how funds in and of themselves actually encourage entrepreneurs to enter into risk, to take risks, just like I mentioned in Dangote part, because you know that there are funds and there are also funds coming in place. Even if you have grit, you're not going to take a risk because you know that if these funds are exhaust, you don't have any other option. The next thing is in a Nigerian setting where we have various limitations, i.e. funds, materials, and infrastructure, we think that funds are things that can actually be able to help you to overcome these limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much from Nnamdi Azikiwe. Thank you. Okay, so we've had the first speaker from both universities. We've had the second speaker from both universities. Now it's time for our closing remarks from both universities. So let's bring up the University of Maiduguri to have their final remark. Okay, University of Maiduguri, and you have 1 minute for this. Both sides, 1 minute for your final remark. Okay, your time starts now.
Talking about the SMS that my colleague has said that is not enough. Please, can someone tell me what happened to COVID-19 relief fund? It has been stated that 99% has been, 99,000 has been small. What did the people use this money for? Some dive into personal affairs, some bought phones, some buy. Why is it that they are doing that? If fund is the biggest recipe, they have gotten it, but could they utilize it? They do not have the innovation, the patience, the persistence, and the perseverance that will shoot them into cloud nine of entrepreneurial success. Let me leave you with the words of Winston Churchill, who has this to say: success is not final, failure is not fatal, but courage is the major keys to success. Thank you.
From University of Maiduguri. So, all right, Namdi Azikiwe, 1 minute, your closing statement.
Okay. First of all, I do agree that both grades and funds are very important to ensure a successful entrepreneurship. But if we're going to take a stance on which one is the major recipe, we tell you that funds are the most important, because for an entrepreneurship to be established, fund is the first thing that needs to be available to start it up. Grades do not pay bills. This is something I really need judges to understand. The fact that you have grades but you have no fund does not pay your bills. It doesn't pay your taxes. It doesn't cover your rent. It doesn't pay your salaries. And these are the things necessary for entrepreneurship to be successful of itself. So while we do not agree that grades is necessary in the long run, we tell you that if you have no fund, then your grades is basically invalid. In Nigeria, we have an abundance of grit and perseverance, which is something that makes Nigerian people very interesting. But one of the things we lack in the most possible way is a lack of funds. So we say currently existing with evidential fact that if what the problem we have is funds, and if opposition is going to argue that people are mismanaging their funds and putting it into personal use, we tell you, we're basically showing that this is the necessity for funds, and this is where it's very, very important, even in entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, viewers, very interesting conversation. So viewers, put in your comments as we hear from our judges. Okay, we're going to hear feedback from them. Put in your comment. Someone says, Oluwatomisi says, grits doesn't pay bills. Oluwatomisi says, grits doesn't pay bills. Okay, all right, judges. Let's go just briefly, just feedback for them on what they can do better and what you were excited about. So we'll go with, again, I think we'll go with Queen Esther to start, if you don't mind, Queen Esther. So please go ahead, and then we would pretty quickly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations to all the contestants. For the University of Maiduguri, for the first speaker, the strong points for me were that you were able to define the key terms. You were also able to propose propose your motion. That was good. Then I saw good use of illustration, although there's a caveat as regards the good use of illustration, which I think is a general message to the four speakers, which I'll be bringing up at the end of my comments. For the first speaker, confidence, I could see the confidence, but your body posture for this kind of event was a no-no for me. You were slouching, moving. I felt you could sit upright. I think that was a no-no for me. And for the second speaker, coming from the University of Maiduguri, good use of you were able to oppose the arguments of the. You were able to oppose the opposition's argument from the opposition. I think I liked that. I liked your composure. Excellent pacing. I like the way you were able to pace, your speech, your arguments. I liked that. Then for the back to this first speaker, I think your closing remarks were just full of rebuttals, and I think that was not the essence of that. You were supposed to land, give us the final convincing or the convincing remarks supporting your motion, which you didn't, you continue, you try to continue to oppose the arguments from the opposition, which I think that was not the essence of the closing illustration. Then for Nnamdi Azikiwe, yes, I saw good passion there. Coming from the first speaker, I saw clear, detailed, persuasive arguments. Then your time management was also good, but your speaking was it was too fast. I think we could have slowed down a bit. I understand you're trying to dole out a lot of points to us in such a limited time, but still, at some point, I was trying to really hear what you were saying because we were just very, very fast in speaking. So please watch out on that. For the second speaker, you were just focusing on rebuttals, and I didn't hear your own arguments. You were supposed to bring up new arguments, which I did not hear. Then on an overall scale, I just want to advise for the future that you should ensure that your illustrations are backed by good. Please ensure that your illustration and your evidences are backed by sound arguments. Ensure you, for example, the SME funds. How do we know what is the evidence that persons who got the SME funds, how do you know they mismanaged it? Where did you get that fact from? So you need to be very, very careful when you are making use of such illustrations to ensure it is backed by data or backed by good facts. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Esther. We'll go to Chika now, and then we'll quickly hear from Kelechi after that. Chika?
Oh, all right, thank you very much again. I think the first judge, Queen Esther, has actually said all of the good points, so I would only just be adding a little bit. I think what went well for me went well across board for both universities, and that's the fact that this truly was a debate. Every one of them showed that listening aptitude. They listened to what each other were talking about and tried to raise or create their content around that. So I think that was well done. And I also love the fact that they were all composed and they also understood their materials, because each person was whipping out evidences and studies even on the whim. So I really appreciated that about them. So in terms of content, I really did not have much to fault them on. But then what do I think could have been done better? If I go to the second university, that's Nnamdi Azikiwe, I think. Yes, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I believe in the passion that the second speaker had to speak. He actually made use of some informal language, which I would want to ask that he be intentional of next time. So when he said something like, even if this guy, there could have been something more appropriate to use, the opposing team has said, or the second speaker on the opposing team, etc. And then for the University of Maiduguri, we have already heard from the previous judge speaking about the composure of the first speaker. My advice to everybody is if you cannot find a seat with a straight back, then you could as well stand up. I am standing up right now so that you are able to give yourself the needed presence. But other than that, every one of them ticked off all the boxes for me. Great use of rebuttals, great conclusions during the third rounds, great use of references and studies, and the use of contemporary examples. I heard about inflation, heard about interest, SME funds, heard about the brain drain. All these are topics that are on the minds of every Nigerian, and they brought it to the fore on this particular topic. Thank you very much for showing up and showing up well. Back to you.
Thank you, Chika. Appreciate it. Kelechi.
Yeah, well done. Well done. I would just say that this school, whatever results you're going to have, I can promise you that it's going to be a very close call for this University of Maiduguri and Nnamdi Azikiwe University. This was more like a debate. This was more like it, like I said. But most importantly, just like what Queen was saying, when you want to give evidence, be careful. It's something that he was talking about Dangote, and says in the late 80s, Meanwhile, there's nothing like late 80s. There's a year. So you need to be sure when the Dangote starts his business. If it's 1980, be sure it's 1980. If it's not, it's 1985, be sure it's 1985. And then be careful. I know some of you were speaking a bit fast. When you come to debate here, your time, you're careful of time, but at the same time, you want to be sure you communicate your points so that the listeners can hear you very well, and pick the very important points that will be needed for you. That's one of the things. So try to pace. I know you people are just starting, and I would still say to you, because whether or not you qualify to the next level, keep learning and please stay at this. Stay at this. I'm just remembering several things over the years, enjoying great debates like this in the past. And of course, every other point that my fellow judges have said, I totally agree with them, totally agree. But I love this. And I just hope that the next team, we just take it higher, and higher and higher. Thank you very
All
much.
right. Thank you so much to our judges. Thank you, Kelechi. Thank you, Chika. And thank you, Queen Esther, for that. I hope our debaters have taken the feedback, and I am sure that they will be putting it into practice subsequently. Okay, without wasting much time, let's move to the next round. Okay, before we move to the next round, how are our viewers doing in the comments? I'd like to see some comments. Let's keep the comments coming in. What are your thoughts about these topics? What are your thoughts about the subject of discussion here today? All right. I see support for the different universities, Nnamdi Azikiwe, University of Maiduguri. I see all of those support messages and comments. But let's also put some insights. What are your thoughts? What are your opinions? Okay, you have a say in this matter as well. All right. And whilst you're here representing your school, we're interested in hearing your thoughts, your comments. All right. So keep the comments coming in. Okay. So we proceed to the next round. Once again, thank you to our debaters from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University and the University of Maiduguri. We're going to the next round. Now, it's a pleasure to welcome the University of Ilorin and the University Adekunle Ajasin University Akungba Akoko. Those two universities are going head to head in the next round. And we have representatives Halimat Usman and Davida Paul, who are going to be proposing Nigeria should adopt a net zero emission policy by 2050. Nigeria should adopt a net zero emission policy by 2050. And then Aderibigbe or Lolade and Idoko John will be opposing and saying Nigeria shouldn't adopt net zero, whatever their argument is going to be. I'm looking forward to seeing it. So we'll be inviting the representatives of the University of Ilorin now so that they can start with this topic. Nigeria should adopt a net zero emission policy by 2050. Okay, over to you. Let's hear what you have to say. 5 minutes. Please go ahead. University of Ilorin, can you hear us? Can you hear us, University of Ilorin? Yes, go ahead, University of Ilorin. Is that the first speaker?
Yes, I am the first speaker.
Oh, you are the first speaker?
Yes, I am.
All right, your time starts now.
All right, thank you. Please just give me a second to quickly set up. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized that my time has started. I am super sorry. I was just setting up. Can my timer please be reset? My sincere apologies. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right then. If everybody's ready, I'm going to be starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm super sorry, but it appears like my time wasn't reset.
Quickly.
It says 4:30.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm super sorry about that. All right, then. I'm going to be starting in 3, 2, 1. Panel, ladies and gentlemen, just like my account balance, humanity is on a code red. Good morning, everyone. My name is Davida, gender pronoun she, her. I'm a final year law student at the University of Ilorin, Nigeria. And today I am incredibly happy to propose a motion that says Nigeria should adopt a net zero emission policy by 2050. According to Elon Musk, we are running the most dangerous experiment in the history right now, which is to see how much carbon dioxide the atmosphere can handle before there's an environmental catastrophe. Quickly to definitions. According to the United Nations, put simply, net zero means cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close as zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere by oceans and forests. 3 arguments here today on this case, but first of all, some background. We think quite importantly that it's important to note that the world we live in right now is completely deplorable, and it is even worse off for Africa, who uniquely and disproportionately suffers from the effects of climate change. More than anything, panel, we are doing this for us, for the people who live on the Lagos Island, where the rainy season can be likened to the biblical days of Noah and the ark, where flood destroyed humankind. We are doing this for the sustainability of future generations. Please vote proposition. We think, primarily, on the first principle, that it is important to recognize that the battle of climate change cannot be fought individually. It is a global issue that requires a communitarian effort, and this is super important because what opposition is going to tell you is to say, oh, maybe we want nationalistic policies. We think at all points in time that we must recognize that climate change affects us all, and the only way we're able to completely succeed again in this battle is by making certain that we collaborate with others. But the impact of this is the guaranteed alliances and support that we get from foreign countries. Because at the point where all countries unanimously agree that this is a principled problem, it's more likely that we're going to get alliances. The second argument, we think that complacency comes with backlash, and we think that this backlash exists on both political and economic spectrums. You need to important quite critically, panel, that this is going to lead to strained trade relationships. And an opponent might want to say, oh, but this has no economic bearing. We think it does, because oftentimes when countries are looking for who to trade with, for example, the United States, they are looking at ideological compatibility. They are making certain that the countries I'm trading with have the same ideological leanings as us. At the point when Nigeria abruptly decides to take a back seat in the fight against climate change, it's more likely then that we lose out on beneficial trade relationships with our Western counterparts. But more importantly, we create a bad political image for ourselves. And I think we can all agree that Nigeria could do with some good publicity right now. The next argument is how we have enhanced infrastructural development at a cheaper rate. And the examples of these are green energy technology. I think what we are finally conceding with is that Nigeria cannot do this on their own, because we do recognize, if opposition wants to come up and say this, that Nigeria is not in the best technological headspace right now, and the industrialization has been super slow. We think that at the point where Nigeria decides to embark on this policy, it's more likely that we gain access to enhanced infrastructural development at a quite cheaper rate. Other countries who have better house, like the United States of America, like China, like our European counterparts, are more likely to collaborate with us and give us all the technology necessary to do this. But finally, on feasibility, because I know for certainty that opposition is going to come up and say this, we think on the principle, states are autonomously and independently making this pledge. And this is super important. This is completely a decision born out of the free will of individuals. We think that at the point where countries are nationalistically doing this, they are outrightly saying, oh, we're doing this based on our ability at this point in time. This is the principal justification as to why this is feasible. But in practice, we think that the National Assembly's passage of the Climate Change Bill on the 18th November 2021, sponsored by Samuel Oluigbo, a member of the House of Representatives, is a positive development and a clear indication, as this bill includes a net zero target for 2050. The highlights of this bill include setting up a council led by the president. It includes setting up a secretariat and provisions for funding. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, when we say I can't breathe, whether it is with an officer with a knee on our neck, or the pollution that continues to suck the life and breath out of us. This is the reason why we march. It's the reason why we raise our hands in protest. It is the reason why we work so.
Time up. Time up. Thank you very much. Time up. Okay. So let's move on. Let's move on. That was a very interesting conversation there. Interesting conversation from the University of Ilorin. So we're moving on quickly now to the first speaker representing Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungba Akoko. Do we have the first speaker there? All right. You seem to be ready. You have 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The first speaker of the opponent side mentioned that Nigeria, other countries like China and United Nations can collaborate with Nigeria on climate change. How laughable. I want you to know that we will be looking at two major reasons why Nigeria should not adopt a net zero policy in the country. Now, it is to know that the BECSS, often known as the bioenergy carbon capture and storage method, is one of the most proposed efficient methods in attaining a net zero emission policy. But this is not attainable or even not feasible or not practicable in Nigeria today. Also, the economic condition of Nigeria at present cannot even afford the cost of the BECC project in pursuing or attaining a net zero policy. Now, I would like to draw attention to a report conducted by the Imperial College London. It was conducted that it was founded that the 0.4 to 1.2 billion hectares of land rather is useful for the attainment of the BEC project, which is 25% to 80% of all the land under cultivation at present. Nigeria cannot afford to make use of a large part of its land in attaining a net zero policy, which would lead to hunger for the country at present. I also want you to know that the economic cost on the Nigeria is high, and we do not have enough money to put or to even push into this policy. It is to know that the NDC, the Nigeria Department for Climate Change, estimated that a whopping sum of $177 billion will be invested in 2021 to 2030 to pursue the net zero emission policy. How laughable. How do we even want to get this fund considering the economic situation of Nigeria? I feel Nigeria should not even rely or succumb to the pressure of even joining this policy by 2050 and should retract our commitment on joining the policy by 2016. Because when we look at other industrialized nations of the world, especially China, the largest industrialized nation in the world, you will get to realize that China has been able to fund its industry based on fossil energy, and renewable energy does not seem realistic in funding a renewed industrialized nation. Also, let's come to the part in what is happening in the Russian-Ukraine war. A lot of the European Union that were on the upfront in upholding or championing this cause on the net zero emission policy are retracting their statements and reactivating the fossil energy plants in order to be able to produce gas that will be needed for them. Austria, Germany, Netherlands, a lot of them have even signed the law and gone into agreement to reactivate their fossil fuel energy. This is to show that these countries that are even championing the cause for a net zero policy by 2050 are not even ready to even sustain their country's economy with renewable energy. Therefore, why should Nigeria, a country that has a lot of high rates of unemployment, high rates of poverty among the citizens, they follow these countries in attaining a policy that is even on a trial level, that is not even certain to help or even change the climate condition of the society. I feel Nigeria should know better by not even supporting or not adopting at all this policy, because it has no help to our society and it cannot have any effect on the Nigerian society, and to just lead to Nigeria incurring more problem on its citizen, and the citizen cannot even afford at this moment of economic crisis to get more taxes just to fund this net policy by 2050, which Nigeria cannot adopt. Thank you very much.
So thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, let's hear from our second speaker now from the University of Ilorin. Our second speaker from the University of Ilorin. Now you have 3 minutes, and as soon as you start speaking, your time will start ticking. Okay? All right.
Panel of judges, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Halima Tojene Usman, and I'm the second speaker from Team Proposition. What I'm going to do in this speech is to first respond to the arguments that comes from side opposition. Secondly, I will do a little bit of rebuilding to the case that you already get from my first speaker, David Paul. And then finally, I'm going to give you added arguments in my speech. On the first level, in terms of responses, right, they say cost is a very big issue, and we're unlikely to achieve this in 2050 because it is very costly. If you listen to Davida's argument, and this is obviously going to come as a point of rebuilding also, Davida already told you that you're able to get alliances and partnerships at a point when you ally with these particular other countries who obviously are also looking towards achieving the net zero policy in 2050. This looks like you particularly engaging with China, who obviously at this point in time has the economic resources to be able to support you. It's untrue that you're not likely to have China's support because we've had that in the past. With the BRI initiative, the Belt and Road Initiative, you had China particularly giving natural resources, building ports in countries like Sri Lanka, South Africa, and even Nigeria. Because of these precedents, we're likely going to have it that even within status quo, at the point where we particularly engage with these countries and we ally, of course, when we have these alliances, we're likely going to have the cost offset by these particular countries because they also know that climate change is not a one-man thing. We're obviously going to need help to be able to achieve it. On the second thing, right, as how we're not able to get back the kind of economic achievements, but at the time where we particularly engage in a system like the net zero emission rate. So things like we're going to have to need lands, we're going to have to use things like our economic resources. Haven't shown you at first that we're likely going to get support from these other countries. Let's even assume that you don't get the support. Understand that green energy comes with its benefits, right? Take for instance, you begin to do things like solar panels, like water belts and all of those other things. What you have at that point in time is that Nigeria is able to diversify its economy. And understand that even in status quo, right, a lot of countries are beginning not to buy crude oil because they do want to go green. At the point where Nigeria is heavily dependent on the crude oil market, right, it is bound to fail at the point where it loses its consumer base who no longer want to buy from it, right? So only at the point when Nigeria decides to adopt the net zero policy is it able to diversify its market and obviously begin to look towards things like green energy and of course begin to export green energy in the first place. In terms of the positive material and positive arguments I'm going to be contributing to this speech, one, level of extension. We need to engage the impacts that this has on the Nigerian citizens. Understand that in status quo, right? The WHO in 2020 said that lung cancer within Nigeria increased by a 0.09% rate. And this is particularly as a result of carbon emission rates within the atmosphere. What you do when you reduce this carbon emission rate to an ultimate zero, right, is that you protect Nigerian citizens from obviously being affected by the CO2 emission, by fuel combustion, and ultimately you're able to protect the citizens at the end of the day. If we seek a world where we're able to protect the citizens and guarantee that Nigeria obviously can join this race, join the 2050 net zero emission policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. University of Ilorin there, second speaker. Now we will be hearing from the second speaker of the Adekunle Ajasin University. All right, you have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you. Let me start by pointing the attention of my people to what the speaker from the opponent said. She said that the world at large have to join hands together in order to fight these climate change issue that we are having in the world, and they are trying to put up net zero emission policy. But let me come by saying that what if the whole world is fighting a cause that can never produce anything than fertility? Okay, long before the advent of the awareness of the United States in June 1988 state meeting, where they started having insight about what's happening about the global warming. Some scientists like Eunice Fort, John Tider, and Joseph Foner have come to tell us, and by extension, tell us the properties of the absorption of carbon dioxide. What are the properties that carbon dioxide has? And they have told us that it's of two factors. So we are considering only the human factor, but I want us to know that there are anthropological factor and then there are also natural factors. When we're talking about the natural factors, we are talking about volcanic eruption, we are talking about oscillation and all that sources that are just natural, and then nothing could be done from the human standpoint. So why are we fighting a cause that cannot be achieved by taking the policy of net zero policy in the year 2050? Looking at Nigeria's stability economically and socio-political strength, we can see that Nigeria is not capable of bringing that kind of change, of fostering that kind of change that the world needs in the year 2050. So we are just that either instead of focusing on things that doesn't matter, we should place our priority right. I will just adjust this step of adopting net zero emission policy as misplaced priority. So we are adjourned that the federal government and Nigeria as Nigeria as a country shouldn't take that kind of step in adopting net zero emission policy. Not that alone. Let me round up by saying that there are other natural means that could be used to control climate change, such as planting of massive plantation of crops, forestry, land use, among others. These are better factors to control the climate change instead of putting in our effort and investing in low carbon dioxide method and system, which cannot be actualized by Nigeria. Looking at our economical strength and looking at all it takes, because there will be need to buy to advance new technologies. Even the standard country, I mean the developed country, doesn't take the whole thing on themselves because they know that it is impossible for now. So we need to come to terms with managing and adaptation.
Thank you
Instead,
very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for that. Okay. Let's be very mindful of our time. Okay. We have 3 minutes for second speakers. And I'm saying this to other teams who are yet to come up. 3 minutes for second speakers, 5 minutes. And your 5 minutes begins as soon as you start speaking. And then the final speech or your closing speech is 1 minute. So we're going to proceed to University of Ilorin. Let's hear your closing speech, closing argument, your closing remark. You have 1 minute. As soon as you start speaking, the clock starts ticking. All right.
Okay. Halima? Okay, good. I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. Panel, the opposition team loses the debate at the point where they argue that climate change is not important. That is the most ridiculous thing you're going to hear in this debate. We think that we are at a tipping point, partly because of all of the reasons that Halim and I explained to you by describing the scenario, not just within Europe and the West, but even scenarios at home in terms of Lagos flooding that happens, in terms of food insecurity, because our soil is affected. We think it's ridiculous for them to say that climate change is not important. But panel, the next thing they say is that other countries aren't serious. We think that this is ridiculous because we already told you why our case is feasible. The first thing we tell you is that this is an autonomous decision made by these states. States are the one who make these pledges themselves. It means that there's a lot of room for flexibility. But secondly, we tell you practical steps already be taken by the Nigerian government in terms of the climate change bill, which was passed last year and which is already progressively making plans for defending. In conclusion, we are the team that best solves the problem of climate change in Nigeria. We're very, very proud to propose.
Thank you very much. Sticking to time there. All right. Thank you. Let's move to Adekunle Ajasin University. Let's hear your final speech or your closing remark. You have 1 minute from the time you start speaking. You have 1 minute from the time you start speaking. Are you ready? hear you. Okay, we can hear you now.
As Africa's largest economy, it cannot afford to put in or adopt the net zero policy emulation at this moment. We need to build industries, and in order to activate our energy is the cheapest and the most comparative method of fueling an industry that can be useful or that can be implemented by the Nigerian society. We need to remember that these European nations have gotten to a level in their economy that they can decide to adopt this next policy at this moment. But for we Nigeria, we cannot afford to adopt this policy at the moment because we, apart from not just having enough funds, it cannot have any effect on our country as we are among the highest emitter of carbon dioxide in the world. Thank you.
I'm liking this round. Okay, so now we're going to be hearing from our judges. Okay, viewers, you've heard from the debaters. You've heard from both universities. You've seen everything they've said about Nigeria adopting a net zero emission policy by 2050. Now our judges are going to give us very briefly specific feedback for the participants. I think we'll switch the arrangement this time and we'll start with Chika. All right, I know Queen Esther was ready to go, but let's switch it. Let's turn it around a bit. So we'll start with Chika and then we'll come to Queen Esther. Chika?
I would have preferred the other way, but no problem. Okay. So great speech, and again, this is a topical issue that everybody should have at their forefront. Should we as a country adopt a net zero emission policy by 2050? Great arguments from both sides. The issue of cost is very relevant. The issue of the trend which is being followed by the world is also very relevant. But for me, I would say that what went well is both teams did well to speak to their material and present that in a quality fashion. What probably didn't go so well is we could see that for the first team, the first speaker of the first team was regularly paying attention to her notes, and it was quite obvious during the course of her presentation. So is there a way to improve on that? I believe that there is. For the second team, I would like to say that the second speaker, although tried to show up, but in my opinion, the environment in which he was making this particular debate was not the best of places for him. So there seemed to be quite some distractions that also affected how his thought process were linking up. But apart from all of that, I think it was a great showing from both the University of Ilorin and the Adekunle Ajasi University. And I say congratulations to both teams, and please, let's keep this up. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Chika, for that. So let's hear from Queen Esther.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, congratulations to the first speakers. I'll take it up from where Chika stopped from. He identified that both teams had good content, which I really agree with. Talking about the first presenter from University of Ilorin, Chika already identified that she, for a good chunk of the time she was basically reading from a device, which we think she should be able to improve upon. Then I felt the first minute of our presentation was quite unnecessary. She should have been more prepared, telling us she needed to bring up a point. We think that was a poor time management and poor organization skill on her part in that respect. But overall, I liked the fact that she was able to tell us from the onset that she had 3 points she wanted to present. I think that was also funny enough. Also, on the other side, a good organization and clarity skill on her part. Then
okay, I think we had Queen Esther's internet. I'm not sure, frozen there. Kelechi,
we
can we hear
her.
from?
No, we
Oh,
can
you
hear.
can hear
We
her.
can work with Esther. Yeah, we can hear.
Oh,
her.
okay. Oh, okay. Apologies.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Please
So
go
let
ahead.
me quickly round up my comments. I think our arguments were substantive enough, like we already mentioned. For the second speaker from University of Ilorin, also did a good work, good time management there. Really, I just believe this particular round was keenly contested. That's really what I would have to say. Kudos to everybody.
Awesome. Thank you, Kunesta. I guess that connection was from my end, but thank you for your feedback. Kelechi, over to you.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I agree totally with Quinn and Chika. The second speaker for the Ajeko Adjacent School, I think he was outside for what it was. So please, moving forward, I'm sure you knew that this was holding. It's important that you carry the whatever thing you need to do, take it with the seriousness that it requires. I'm not saying it's not serious, but that your environment did seem to be very good, and that's why we kept seeing you moving. And as you were moving, it just made my eyes to be moving with you. At some point, I was almost yawning because you're moving this way, and then I'm moving with you because I'm trying to follow you, and then we are moving this way. Queen had said this in one of the comments earlier on. You know, you have something like this that you have to do with debate. It's best for you to find a place, an environment that you can either sit or stand and fix your device. You know, you can fix your device, maybe a tripod or something, or got somebody to even hold it from you from the other end, as long as the person was stable. Because even for you, if you're holding up your device by yourself and you're having to move around and on, it might even affect how you will communicate your points. And the same thing for the first speaker for the other school, the very first speaker for University of Ilorin. We've already spoken to you. Queen has been giving your points, and Chika. It's very, very important that and then you kept saying you are going in 3, 2, 1. Those 3, 2, 1 that you're trying to kick in, this is a debate. You know, you'd use that so you also need to understand the etiquettes that go with with whatever it is you're doing. If you were shooting a movie, that may work, but this was a debate, and you'd use it the second time, you know, but beyond all of this, your point, each person's points, I think was well elaborated, good use of rebuttals, good submissions of your argument. And truly, this is also going to be another tough one. So whoever wins out of this, I need the other ones to know that it was also keenly contested. Thank you.
Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello all, welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent, we have young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about
We have 5,000 volunteers subscribed to volunteering their time this year on different projects happening around Africa. During this week-long campaign, you can expect to see us in your neighborhood, painting your schools, painting hospitals, giving food at the orphanages.
We're really excited to be here this morning. Lots of our team members are here, and it's part of our way at Leap Africa of giving back to our community in commemoration of the Youth Day of Service.
We're really changing the narrative across Africa this year that young people, no matter how young you are, you can really be a big part of change.
It goes to say that without the youth of today, there is no way we can achieve lasting social impact. And we just want to say a very big thank you to them.
Leap Africa that makes this to happen in this our community. This is the force of its kind in our community. So Leap Africa, we appreciate you.
I am useful.
We have
You're welcome, Moderator Bernard. You have the floor now. Thank you. You look ravishing this morning.
All right. Good morning. Well done to all the teams, and well done so far on battling it out and sharing your thoughts, your ideas, and your contributions. Thank you so much, and many thanks to all of our judges. Thank you for staying till now. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for providing those useful feedback to our debaters. All right. My name is Bernard, and I'll be your moderator for the next few rounds, and hopefully until the closing round. And we'll just go straight to the next round, which is round 11. And in round 11, thank you. All right. So we go to round 11, where we have participants all the way from Federal University of Technology, MENA, and participants from Modibo Adama University, Yola, and they will be here battling it out on a topic: pop culture or poor culture. Nigeria's entertainment industry is sounding the death knell on our values. And I'd like to bring forward the first speaker proposing from Federal University of Technology, MENA. Please take the floor. Your time starts now.
Mr. Moderator,
Please go ahead.
Okay, he has just come online now, so we'll take him
All
up.
right, sure.
He wasn't here before.
Thank you very much. Hi, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. German sociologist Karl Marx in 1843 made the now popular phrase, "Religion is the opium of the people." In present times, however, George Orwell and other prolific personalities in our present times have opinionated that entertainment is the new opium of the people. Nigeria's entertainment industry is sounding death knells on our values. I affirm to this, and my name is Ebube Somto Onibu, representing Federal University of Technology, MENA. Values refers to moral principles and acceptable standards of a people. As a nation of over 200 million people, Nigeria has some set of values that are accepted and regarded nationwide. Section 23 of the 1999 Constitution lists out 7 critical values that are accepted as a nation. These values include decency, discipline, diligence of labor, integrity, social justice, tolerance, and patriotism. These our values are constantly being eroded by the entertainment industry, which comprises of music, arts, festival, sports, dance, fashion, music, movie shows, and even media. The industry actively influences popular culture, commonly known as pop culture, which is the aspects of social life and practices most actively involved in by majority of the people. Last, school na scam is a popular culture that has been cultivated by entertainers who display images of flashy living, lavish spendings, making the populace to perceive such lavish lifestyle as a deal, and then shun education and turn to dubious means to gain fast cash and lavish lifestyle. This is the reason why in 2020 alone, the Interbank Settlement System of Nigeria disclosed that over 5.2 billion naira was lost to fraudulent activities in Nigeria. These are evidences of our values of dignity of labor and our values of integrity being destroyed as people now want to get rich quick no matter the medium. Today, nudity and sexual immorality are profusely displayed nationwide and packaged as entertainment. The Director General of the National Council of Arts and Culture, Otumba Segun Runsewe, in a 2019 interview, described this as a demonic act. And in his words, every Nigerian must rise up to flog out this demon out of our environment. Nude and sexual immoral content destroy our values of decency and our values of discipline. Games, movies, social media trends, and even fashion statements that encourage bullying, encourage gun carrying, encourage violence and thuggery today dominate our entertainment sphere. They form the popular culture and accelerate the increase in the rate of criminality in Nigeria. This is why, on a scale of 0 to 100, Nigeria has a high crime rate of 64.04 according to the World Population Review. In past times, the popular culture was to gather in village squares where entertainment which contained moral lessons and instructions were passed to the populace. In present times, however, entertainment sources churn out and gain large viewership of contents that show consumption of drugs and harmful substances, making such items, even though harmful, to seem appealing and legal to the mind of the people. In 2021, the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime released data showing that Nigeria had 14.4% of drug use prevalence. This is way higher than 11.9%, which is the global average of drug use prevalence. Imagine a country alone beating the statistics of drug use prevalence in the whole world. This is cause for attention. Nigeria's entertainment industry is constantly sounding death knells on her values. We are losing our sense of decency. We are losing our discipline. We are losing our value of tolerance. We are losing our value of integrity in the guise of being entertained. It is actually animals who lack these values. And sincerely, Nigeria's entertainment system is turning Nigerians away from the essence of our humanity, which is our values. Thank you very much. God bless you.
From Modibo Adama University, Yola. Please take the stage. You have 5 minutes.
Style. Lack of value orientation and lack of proper value systems in our schools, which also serve as institutions of socialization, has led to the poor cultural values we now witness in Nigeria. Let me leave us with a question which I will answer at the end of my argument. Can a nation sustain a strong cultural value over decades with a poor culture? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gordon John Baba, and I'm arguing for the motion that poor culture is the cause of our dying values as evident in Nigeria's entertainment industry and not pop or popular culture. The Cambridge Dictionary defines culture as a way of life, especially the general customs and beliefs of a particular group of people at a particular time. An article by Brian Filco on February 2nd, 2017, defined poor culture as a situation where there is neither communication or enforcement of what is accepted and expected behavior. Let me begin by saying lack of proper cultural inculcation, where parents don't instruct their children on what is accepted and expected behavior, are one of the leading causes of poor values. Most parents grew up in homes where they were taught how to properly greet an elder or even dress. Folktales were used to imbibe cultural values in them, but most of them failed to pass these same values to their children. In an interview with Vanguard newspaper on the 20th of March 2015, Honorable Adempipe Abinsola, the then Vice Chairman House Committee on Environment representing Ikorodu constituency 2 in the Lagos State House of Assembly, blamed moral decadence on poor family values. She said, and I quote, "Respect for elders and constitutional authorities are already fading away because we have imbibed the foreign cultures, whereas these people we tend to copy never lost touch of their own culture." Recently, a video surfaced online where the former president Olusegun Obasanjo was seen teaching his grandson how to prostrate and greet. It is rare to see a 21st century parent do the same. We believe we have failed to adequately transmit our cultural heritage to our children, and it is telling on our declining value system. I give a personal story. While growing up, Our parents hardly permit us to watch Nollywood movies. Even if they do, inappropriate areas like sex scenes are fast forwarded. But today, a child of 13 is allowed to watch a movie that has been rated 18 plus. Let me begin again by saying, besides socialization, another significant function of the school is the transmission of cultural norms and values to new generations. Schools help to mold a diverse population into one society with a shared national identity. Mary Matthew, in her paper on role of education in transmitting culture in the society, asserted that the main aim of the educational system is the transmission of cultural values. Our education, which is supposed to suit our reality here in Nigeria, has been dragged without reformation from our colonial masters. Hence, there is a poor cultural transmission in our schools. The concept of discipline is no longer found again in our schools. Owners of schools, in a bid to gain more students, have decided to lower the discipline culture. Back in 2015, I was one who was privileged to teach in a primary school. I disciplined a particular pupil for misconduct, and I was invited by the proprietor of that school that I should stop disciplining the children, that I should only talk to them in a way that was pleasing to the parents of the children. I obeyed the proprietor's instruction, but the story did not end well. That pupil at an early age of 14 was already pregnant out of wedlock. A similar example is that of the Chrisland school people who were seen on a leak tape on 18th April 2022 engaging in sexual escapade while on excursion. That is the extent to which our schools have lost cultural standard. When students are no longer taught boundaries, without boundaries, they feel anything is doable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being on time. You still, I mean, you still had about you still had a bit of about a minute, to conclude, but then it's fine. May I then invite the second speaker proposing from Federal University of Technology, Mina, to please take the stage. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Students are no longer taught boundaries. Without boundaries, they feel anything is doing. Thank you.
Umai, is that you? You have the stage, Umai. You have 3 minutes for your rebuttal. Did you just conclude, or you have some internet issues? Admin, can you bring up Umahi?
Hello,
Or
moderator. We're supposed to be having the second speaker from Footminar, and that's Tetsi Msota. I had brought him up on stage, but he's not saying anything. So I want to call on him again.
okay, so the second speaker is Tetsi, not Umahi, right? Excellent. All right, Tetsi, please, you have the floor. Footmina, you're the second speaker from that university. Can you come up and share your thoughts if you are there? Bring up Umahi or all right. It seems we have some type of network issues there with Tetsi's connection. May we just proceed now to the second speaker opposing from Modibo Adama University, Yola, to take the stage and share his thoughts. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Okay, like the saying goes, an apple does not fall far from. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Okay,
you loud
like
and
the
clear.
saying goes. Okay, like the saying goes, an apple does not fall far from its tree. So why then would we blame pop culture for the death knell on our value system in Nigeria. Schools no longer provide indigenous books such as Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe to help the average Nigeria to know about their culture and actually implement it. What they do is that I know my position might actually say that my opposition might actually say my opposition might want to argue that pop culture actually presented it. But what can we do? If you hammer this into consideration, no matter how, the child won't actually lose his or her value system. A viral video of Davido's daughter on the 10th May 2021 was going viral on the internet. What was he doing in the video? He was actually stopping his daughter from twerking. Is he not a pop star? Is he not part of the Nigerian entertainment industry? So why then will we blame pop culture? I'm sure you know that pop culture is actually death knell. Pop culture is actually what is destroying our value system. And also, I would like to bring about intangible cultural heritage. What is intangible cultural heritage? Intangible cultural heritage consists of non physical intellect, such as music, folklore, drama, and so on and so forth. According to UNESCO in the year 2001, they did a survey among states, and China emerged number one. How was China able to make this possible? On February 25th, 2011, the Intangible Cultural Heritage Law was adopted by the People's Republic of China in the 19th session of the Standing Committee of the 11th People's Culture to guarantee that their culture was implemented and actually maintained. China came first, then followed by France, then Japan. Nigeria is not even anywhere close there. So what will you say? Is this actually poor culture or pop culture? I'm sure it is evident that you agree with me that the poor culture of our nation and the government's failure to actually implement our culture into our constitution is what is actually causing the death knell on our value system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Your point have been taken and noted. Admin, can you confirm that Tetsi is ready to come on? If not, we go straight to the closing statements.
I can see Tetsi. I will put him up on the screen and hopefully he's ready now.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I would advise that we go forward with the closing remarks from uh he keeps going
Well,
in and out. So either we'll just take the closing remarks from the proposing side.
all right. Thank you. Let me give him a chance. I can see his video is on. Tetsi, can you hear me? If you can, please take your session. All right. Admin, please can you bring down his video? It doesn't look like his internet is as friendly as we expected today. We will move forward with the other parts of this round. So may I then invite the participant from Footmina to take their closing statement if they're there, after which the other participant from Modibo Adama University will come up and take their own closing statement as well. Thank you. You have the floor. Your time starts now.
My opponent says poor culture is the reason of the death and devaluation of our own values in this country. However, what sponsors poor culture? It is the entertainment industry that sponsors the poor culture that now becomes the popular culture in our country. Nigeria has a population of 90 million people that have access to entertainment sources. This is why, because the entertainment sources we have in the country today are spawning out contents that make our culture poor. This aspects and contents now populate and become what is massively indulged in by over 90 million people who have access to these entertainment sources. With the rate of this influence of entertainment on the country's population, Nigeria's future is definitely in great danger because the entertainment industry continually sounds the death knells on our values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I welcome the closing statement from participant from Adama University. Your closing statement, please.
I will also clearly state that my opponent failed to proper culture. And then he said it's only animals that lack values. And I can tell you that the lack of values has a lot of poor culture. Back to the question I asked earlier on whether a nation can sustain a strong value over decades with a poor culture. It is crystal clear that it is impossible to uphold a strong value system with a poor culture. Nigeria should emphasize the use of the local attire, which portrays our diversity and sounds a strong message about who we really are, promoting decency and chastity. The government should work hand in hand with the entertainment industry to restore our values, and emphasis should be placed on teaching young people their language and taking pride in the account that comes with it. I strongly believe that when we work on our culture, pop culture will have little or no influence at all in this country. I believe with this point of mine, I'm able to convince you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, participants from both universities. It was a good one. Thank you so much. May I invite the judges to give their comments and feedback? Judges, please, over to you. Oh, is Tetsi available now?
Mr. Moderator, let's give him his chance.
I would suggest he turns off his video if that is slowing down the bandwidth of his internet, and his audio will be fine. Tetsi, if you can hear me, go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes. Tetsi, are you there?
All right, let's carry on.
Yes, I am here.
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right then. I would like to. Am I on now, sir?
Ed, I can see you and I can hear you. Go on. Go on.
Can you hear me, sir? Okay. I would like to appreciate the organizers for giving me the opportunity to inform you how the entertainment industry rips us of our core values. The entertainment industry creates and impacts the behavior and interaction of how people in the society see the world. People are all influenced by the media, television, film, music, and live shows like Big Brother Naija, which apparently consumes the time of people watching from their homes. One of our key value systems as Nigerians and Africans is decency. But what do we now find in our current entertainment industry? A bunch of artists propagating nudity and having sex on live shows like Big Brother Naija. Do you doubt this very action? It was reported by the Vanguard newspaper on the 5th of August, 2022, how housemates like Khalid and Daniela had a viral sex video on national TV. How many youths watched this? About 40 million leaders of tomorrow watched this very show across Africa. And these shows aren't being sanctioned by the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria. We now have British lawmakers like Neil Parish watching porn during parliamentary sessions. we might soon have senators in Nigeria having sex in the hallowed chambers of Senate very soon. Because leaders of tomorrow have been taught that they can have sex on national TV and nothing would be done about it. I agree with you for saying we imbibe foreign culture, pour foreign culture into our value system, all thanks to the entertainment industry. Gandhi said, decency is a program approved by the majority and should be carried out faithfully by all. Are we choosing to accept the moral decay of the entertainment industry? No. Why? Because it is a poor reflection of our values.
All right. Thank you, Tetsi. Finally, you had the opportunity to speak, and it was good to hear from you. Over to the judges now for their comments and feedback. Judges, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Congratulations to the presenters rather. My general perception of this round was we're expecting the energy level to, to keep rising, but it seems as if the debaters on this round are really, really gentle persons. Another general, my other general perception of this round has been the minimal use of rebuttals. I didn't really see much of that displayed from the two teams, except in the case of Federal University of Technology, Mina, when the proposing speaker, the first speaker was giving his thought, making the final presentation. I think that's my other general observation from this round. But in the end, generally also, I think they all made use of good arguments. The arguments were persuasive, really, really relevant illustrations. Then on the part of the second team, both of them did not exhaustively use their time. And I think that could tell on their performance in general. But in the end, I want to say congratulations. Thank you very much.
All right. So if I'm to take over from where Queen has stopped, I think the first observation I would like to make would be to we as even the facilitators of this great program. So I think the topic in itself was a bit long-winded and it caused some kinds of issues that showed up during the course of the presentation, where we had, for instance, one of the speakers trying to give an illustration of a musician, and then it became a bit of a tongue twist between pop and poor culture, and many of them tried to even restate the entire topic and got themselves a bit confused, sounding the death knell on our values and all of that. So probably if it's something we can look into to help subsequent debates. But other than that, I think what really went well, just as Queen has also stated, is everybody tried to show up, even with our debater who had issues with his internet, still made sure to keep knocking at the door, past the conclusion, to speak to speak his own material and let us know what he had in mind concerning this particular topic. The first speaker, one thing that didn't go quite well is it was quite obvious that he was reading his material. We could see his eye movement, and if it's something that he can improve on, I think it would be very good for his speaking career. And I also felt that even though there was the use of a lot of good arguments, it only seemed to speak to the evolving culture we're having within Nigeria without necessarily creating a causality. So I didn't get clearly that, oh, pop culture is the cause of this, because it could be any other thing. Anything could also be creating the high crime rates. We have high unemployment, for instance. We have dwindling money, liquid cash in the hands of people. Could all of that also tie in? So that causality was not very clear. And for the opposing team, which is Adama University, even though they also spoke that it's pop culture driving most of this, I couldn't see clearly how their arguments vindicated pop culture. So at the end of the day, everybody just ended up talking about how everybody's culture is getting eroded without necessarily sticking to the points of the argument as expected. But anyways, that's done. Everybody has showed up, and I want to say well done. Let's just improve on subsequent debates by properly understanding our topic and speaking to it. Over to you, Chief Judge.
All right, thank you very much, Queen, and thank you so much. Thank you, Chika, for your own thoughts as well. Totally agree. This was supposed to be the last round, and all I expected it to have but more energy, like any other crescendo. But apparently, like you said, it has a lot to do with your personality. Please take notes. The data, please take note of all the points that were brought to your attention for future purposes. At the beginning, I said is that beyond the fact that it's a competition, it's a learning process, and that's why we're giving this feedback. It's not because we want to run you down. We understand several things. Some of you didn't have opportunities in secondary schools when debates were taught many years ago. People could learn it now, but you probably just did it because you heard something was coming up, and you started the first process and you got here, and maybe not had enough time, over a long period of time for learning and practice. But that's why I'm grateful that Queen and they're taking their time. Chika, sorry, they're taking their time to give you this point one after the other, so that you can understand clearly, what we are looking out for, not just for now, like we say, in the future. It was good. Our points came out well. And like you said, when I saw, the question or the topic, sharing this last one, I was really interested in this one. I was truly interested. I wanted to see where pop has done, along with our values, or is it having to do with our culture, whichever one. But you did well. And like you said, next time, please make sure everybody who's listening, even those of you who are others who came to support your team members, when you have to do debates, you don't use your notes. Very, very important. You don't do that even general speeches you need to make and presentations. With general presentations, there's a way and there's a skill to do that if you want to be referring, a little bit to your notes and all, but not with debates. With debates, and that's why debates are not usually very long. They are maybe give you 5 minutes, and so it means at top of your head you should know your valid 2 points or 3 points that are in point lines or punchlines if you want to use that one. I know you don't use punchlines when you are on debate. I'm just looking for a word that you can relate to easily. You should have it up of your, and then use that to develop what you need to do. But if I'm going to do, and then I'm looking at you reading from the screen, I could have as well just told you to send me an entry against the debate. But great work. Please improve on it. This entire thing is interesting because it's keenly contested across. So I'll say it again, whoever wins need to understand that it was not a gap. You didn't win the other person with a very large margin. I can tell you for free. You didn't win anybody with large margin. So it was keenly contested. And you'll be sure that with all the comments and the feedback that you've given, it's going to come out for the best. Thank you so much once again for this. Thank you to the Africa and the NYFF for putting this together. And I also thank Queen and Chicken. Thank you for the amazing work as well.
Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, Chief Judge. We return the thanks to you guys because you have made today a possibility. And it wouldn't have been, the comments that we have heard from all of you, I'm sure that the debaters are taking it as learning. And those who are going to come afterwards also will take that to improve on. They are very critical, very important, and very useful. Thank you so much for your time. And may I now announce that this We'll be transitioning into the next round in a couple of minutes, and then we will be saying goodbye to these set of judges. So I want to truly now appreciate you again for your time. We really, really, really kind of appreciate you enough. Before we go to the next round, we will take a short break for about 3 or 5 minutes, just to allow our new judges settle in, and then we will resume. And when we so when we come back, we're going to have participants from Modibo University and University of Jos slug it out on a topic very interesting. Don't go anywhere. Sit back. Let's go for a short break, and we'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Anibid.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism. This is LIP. Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness.
Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello world, and welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent, we have young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want All right, welcome back to the Youth Leadership Debate 2022, supported by MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation and implemented by LEAP Africa. We're going now to round 12, where we have participants from Modibo Adama University and University of Jos slugging it out on a topic: formal education does not produce formal jobs in Nigeria. And on this round and subsequent rounds, we have new sets of judges who will be providing comments and feedback to our participants. Let me introduce all of our judges to you. We have Alera Okoroleju. She's the founder of RUDEF, and she will serve as the chair judge for this session. And then we also do have Busola Fadipe and Asana Bello Aliyu. Asana will serve as the time official. We welcome all of our judges. Thank you so much for your time and for doing this with us. Now, let us go to round 12, where Emmanuel Chibuke Obalo is leading the team, and Oliver Azi is leading his own team from Jos and Modibo Adama University, respectively. Just a bit of information and ground rules again. The first opposing side
The first proposing side and the first opposing side have 5 minutes each to introduce the motion, define key terms, set burdens, establish mechanisms or models if needed, and offer substantive arguments. And the second proposing side and second opposing side have 3 minutes each to clash and offer substantive new arguments, defend the first speaker's point as well. And both opposing and proposing sides then have 1 minute each to crystallize their point and drive it home through a closing statement. May I then welcome our first speaker from the opposing side, from Madibo Adama University, Emmanuel Chibuke Obialo. Emmanuel, if you're there, please come on and take the stage. Thank you. Admin, please, do we have Emmanuel there? All right. Okay, can we then go for about third? Okay, Olivia is here. Emmanuel is not here. Olivia, are you able to take the first place for your school? Olivia from University of Jos, you are meant to come from the opposing side. So I'll invite you to take the stage while others from Modibo University settle in. Will bring them up. Okay, Olivia, you have the stage. You have 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
Opposition or proposition? Sorry, proposition. Panel of judges. It's the proposition. It's the proposition, not the opposition side. Panel of judges. Panel of judges. The bone of contention before us today is this: formal education does not produce formal jobs in Nigeria. And I'll be canvassing argument on 3 basic points for the proposition side. First, is formal education really creating formal jobs? Secondly, is formal education creating jobs or creating job seekers or job creators? Thirdly, formal education is too rigid to create job in a flexible world. At judges, I'll be canvassing argument on 2 points, and my co-debater will be canvassing argument on the 3rd point. So my first point, which is formal education really creating job in Nigeria? The thing is this: too much emphasis is being placed on formal education in Nigeria. But the question is, has this emphasis been able to augment the reality of Nigerian society? The answer is a blatant no. In a report by the World Bank in 2022, it reveals shockingly that 80.4% of employment in Nigeria is in the informal sector, leaving a meager sum of 20.6% in the formal sector. Now, this places us on a question: is formal education really creating jobs when informal sector is actually creating more jobs than the formal education sector? Judges, according to a paper review published on the 10th of November 2021, and it states that by the World University News, it really states that universities and polytechnics in Nigeria produce 600,000 graduates per year. Judges, if 600,000 graduates are being produced every year, it simply goes to show that we are supposed to have a revival of jobs everywhere, formal jobs everywhere. However, this is not the case. Also, according to the Deputy Secretary of the Technical Board of the National Board for Technical Education, Malam Jafaru Bugaji, he said that 90 million Nigerian youths are unemployed. The question here is this: he said 90 million Nigerian youths are unemployed. However, the thing is this: he said majority of these youths are actually on a university degree or a polytechnic HND program. Now, the thing is this: this was reported in Business Compiler on the 28th day of March 2022. Judges, if university system, judges, I invite your intellectual reasoning to this place. If 600,000 Nigerian graduates are being produced every year, and We have 90 million Nigerian youth who are unemployed. And then we actually have 83.6% of Nigerian jobs creation being created by the informal sector. Can we really say that or government education is just an inflated balloon, which is actually assuming more than what it is actually becoming? Judges, with a high number of undergraduate without bringing up formal jobs in Nigeria, the question we should be asking is why? Why is there no more job in Nigeria? Famous writer Maxwell rightly said that never let formal education get in the way of your learning, which simply means that in formal education, what people are being taught there is theories, principles, and nothing of innovation and enterprise spirit, which can actually spur up the spirit of entrepreneurship in creating job. Panel of judges. On the second standpoint, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, it reveals that you are more likely to have no job if you have a university degree than when you have it some years back. It also revealed that Nigerian university degrees actually account for the highest number of people with unemployment in Nigeria. That is, they are accounting for 40.9% of unemployment in Nigeria. Panel of judges. Professor Joel Babatunde, professor of education, in his inaugural lecture, which was published and captured by Punch newspaper on the 7th of December 2021, revealed vehemently that Nigerian university system produce tankers and not thinkers. What this systematically means is that we produce people who are looking for job and not people who are creating job. And I stand vehemently, I stand strongly, I stand assertively with Professor Babatunde in his assertion that Nigerian university system does not create job, that Nigerian university system only create job seekers and not job creators. Thank you so much.
The world of your argument. They're duly noted, and I'd like to invite the first speaker from the proposing side, from Modibo Adama University. Please take on the stage. Your time starts now. Emmanuel. Your mic is not unmuted. Your mic is below the screen, and it is the first icon you see below the screen. If you're using a laptop. Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Mr. Moderator, I would say that this team are not ready for this debate because this their first speaker and they don't even have their second speaker on ground at this time. So I would leave you and the judges to decide what happens.
Thank you very much, admin. I appreciate that information. May we welcome the second speaker from University of Jos to take the stage. You have 3 minutes to share your point. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, please over to you. The second speaker from the opposing side is not speaking as well.
All right. I would allow the judges at this point to give their verdict on this. So the situation now is we only have one speaker from the opposing side, and no speaker from the proposing side. And then, I'll leave it to the judges to decide, and then we move to the next stage. Chief Judge.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, admin, and my fellow judges. Welcome. So we have a situation on our hands. The floor is open for suggestions on how we should rule on this particular speakers. So please, over to you.
I'm not sure I can hear.
Miss Hasana, please, we cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you still. No.
I'm not sure we can hear Sana.
Okay.
No, we cannot hear you. That may be um, um, perhaps the volume from your end or the mute on your laptop.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Excellent. We can hear you now.
Sorry, I was asking, the second speaker from University of Jos, he's here. Is it a technical problem that he's having?
Well, from what we can see, it doesn't look like he's ready. And it's basically technical, but I'm not sure his team is even ready for the debate at the moment, because it's just him that's available.
Is it possible we can go to the other universities and give these guys a chance and put them on last? If Gregory University and Abuja University are ready, can we just go ahead and start with them and push Modibo and Jos to the end?
Excellent. If that is the unanimous decision of the judges, then it is my command. Olua Busola, do you agree with Asana? We move them
Yes.
downwards and take the next group.
Yes, I would agree with you, just because
Excellent.
I think that they might be having technical difficulties.
Excellent. Alara, before you point, Asana had proposed that we move the current group downwards and take the group from Gregory and the other university while we allow this group prepare and settle in. Do you agree? If you do, we can move on.
Yeah, I heard her. I think that's fine. I think they're having technical issues as well, so we can consider.
Excellent. Admin, please confirm that members of group 13 are ready for us.
I do not think so. I'm afraid, because they have just gone into the room to choose the sides which they will be speaking from. So I'm afraid that they might not be able to join in if till maybe 5 minutes or so. Let me give the status report from the back end. We still have Oliver Azzi here, who was debated, and he is from the University of Jos. We still have Emmanuel here, even though we brought him up before and he wasn't speaking. And I still think he's having network challenges because I see his video freeze and play. And we have Kingsley Eze. Kingsley Eze is from the University of Jos as well, I believe. Sorry, give me a minute. Yes, Kingsley Eze is from the University of Jos. His camera is muted or is not on, so I do not know if he is ready at this time. He's supposed to be the second speaker. So I would say let's put either of them up, and any of them that speaks first, maybe they can speak while we wait for Gregory. If it doesn't work, then we'll go on a commercial break.
Okay, then. Bring them up. Admin, bring them up. Kingsley, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Excellent. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, judges. My name is Eze Kingsley from the University of Jos, and I'm here to propose and buttress on the motion which says that formal education does not produce formal jobs in Nigeria. The following captures the crux of my argument. Formal education is too rigid to create jobs in a flexible world. Israeli historian and lecturer at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, Yuval Noah Harari, recounted in his book 21 Lessons for the 21st Century that, of course, human could never predict the future with accuracy, but today it is more difficult than ever before because technology enables us to engineer bodies, brains, and the mind. We can no longer be certain about anything, including things that previously seemed fixed and eternal. In Nigeria, the last time the national education policy was reviewed was in 2013 by the former Minister of Education, Chief Nyesom Wike. This is about 10 years down the line. Within this time, we've seen emergence of cryptocurrency and other high advanced technology, which our education curriculum does not even capture. Within this time, the growing trend of data analysis and even content creation is not taught in Nigerian universities. The question that we should ask is, are companies that operate on cryptocurrency and content creation a product of formal education in Nigeria? Saying yes will be a lie because even the devil has not said yes. If even the young people who are empowered by cryptocurrency, forex, and data analysis can call their earnings a product, can they call their earnings a product of a school system? In simple terms, the Nigerian educational system thinks that tomorrow will be like yesterday, when in reality, every morning is different from the afternoon. What is the result of this current formal education? Here it is. According to Business Day newspaper report on the 17th day of August 2020, Nigeria's labor force grew by nearly 4% between 2010 and 2017 as a result of formal education. Formal jobs grew at the rate of 1.6% in the same period. And this has not solved the problems of unemployment, as the recent unemployment report released by the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics shows that unemployment, among other things, with post-secondary school education has tripled within 3 years from 12% in 2015 to 30% in 2018. This is with a national unemployment rate of 23.1% in the third quarter of 2018. Judges, this simply shows that educational curriculum needs a revival. Focus should be placed on individual and as against the collective. It should streamline on capitalism as against socialism outlook of our current crisis. In a thoroughly researched paper titled Reconstructing the Shattered Educational Mirror, Hard Choices We Cannot Step Aside, which was delivered at the second convocation of McPherson University, Ogun State, former Executive Secretary of National Universities Commission, Professor Peter Okebukola, stated that the curriculum is not appropriate for the needs of modern society, as secondary and tertiary education are failing to prepare students for the world of work, thereby failing to contribute to the national regeneration. Therefore, I would rather be a truth teller than a proud liar to say that current formal education creates formal job, when at best it is 10 years behind. This is our position, and we are selling it to the panel. Thank you very much.
Such an energy there, very electrifying, and it vibrates the entire room. Thank you so much. Your points have been noted. The judges are here to provide feedback in a couple of minutes. But before then, admin, please can you confirm that participants from Modibo Adama University are available? And that would be Fatima Tukur Mukhtar. Oh, is this Emmanuel? Emmanuel, are you ready for us?
Yes, I am. I'm ready.
Please go ahead. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes, after which Fatima will come up and take 3 minutes.
All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Chibike Obialo, a student of Modibo Adama University, Yola. I am here to oppose the motion and fallacy and to do away with the misconception formal education does not produce formal jobs in Nigeria. One may ask, what is formal education or what is a formal job? Formal education refers to the structured education system that runs from nursery school to higher institution. It is also specialized on programs for vocational, technical, and professional training. Oftentimes, formal education is usually based on curriculum, which can be more or less close to the adaptation of individual needs and preferences. Hence, it usually leads to recognition and certification. Formal job, on the other hand, is a contractual agreement between two parties that is regulating the provision of paid labor services. One party, the employer, which may either be an individual, a cooperative, a corporation, a non-profit organization, pays the other party, the employee, in return for carrying out an assigned work. First and foremost, education is not just the ability to read and write. It refers to nourishing a person's knowledge, skills, values, building everlasting relationship with peers, morals, and creating his or her personality into a better being. This is the basic reason why education system keep bringing in different reforms to keep system updated and give children a rock solid foundation so that they can sustain themselves in the real world, set aside and achieve greater goals in the future. However, formal education is not just about building a constructive future. It is a continuous path to fulfilling and fulfillment by learning, analyzing, and making some changing decisions for self and others. With the help of formal education and an aspect of life, whether it is in a social, economic, political, technical, and moral aspect, they are all taken care of. Our educational system is designed around all this, and thus the school plays a pivotal role. More so, formal education increases knowledge, thus producing formal job. Ignorance is the reason people tend to complain that formal education has no way to produce formal job in today's Nigeria. The price people pay for ignorance is exorbitant. Since formal education increases knowledge, which itself is the cure of ignorance, formal education is important to us as individuals. Education acquired can be diverse field, but ultimately it is such and can better our life and make us more civil citizens of our country, Nigeria. In case you don't know, for employers, a degree means a person that has been able to grasp complex matter and be able to analytically and be able to think analytically and logically. It means a student has been exposed mentally, skillfully encouraging the environment. Employers think they will be able to move the business and hereby trust them with responsibility that only an educated person can carry out. You will agree with me that most job advertisements we see today, whether in the public or private sector, in the non-governmental organization, in the non-profit organization, in cooperative, in corporation, are only open to graduates who employers believe have the overall development of personality and character with balance of knowledge, wisdom, and intelligence to carry. Acquiring a formal education opens up rewarding opportunities that might otherwise have been inaccessible. College graduates see 57% more job opportunities than non-graduates. A degree enables you to qualify for additional opportunities and offer you flexibility where you choose to work. Not only are there more jobs available for degree holders than the higher graduates, but existing jobs are more accessible. According to research by Burning Glass Technologies, 2 million new jobs posted online per quarter require a bachelor's degree, in other words, a formal education. For job seekers, these online job postings are primary tool for finding and applying for job roles. Pursuing a formal education also expand your access to opportunities by connecting you to a lifelong network and of colleagues, advisors, professors, and mentors. Over the course of your career, this network can be open doors to connect you to industry leaders who will share ideas and explore new ventures, thereby providing job opportunities to people who have formally graduated.
Finally, on the path of acquiring formal education, you will gain the skills that will give you competitive advantage in job market. Today, employers are most interested in applicants with exceptional communication skill, critical thinking, problem solving, analytical skills. And I leave you with this. It is an indisputable fact and not an argument that formal education provides formal jobs in today's Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I can feel the heat already from where I sit, and it's been an electrifying debate here. May I welcome Fatima Tukur Mukhtar? If you're there, please do take the stage. Okay, admin, you have an information for me?
Mr. Moderator, we do not have Fatima, so it's clear that Emmanuel has been the only speaker from Modibo Adama University. So, of course, we have Oliver Aziz still on standby. He can give his closing statements. I am made to believe that Oliver Aziz is actually speaking on the proposing side. So, that was a mix-up before, so he can come up now.
Okay. So that leaves us with one speaker from Modibo, two speakers, or maybe three speakers from Unijos. If we want to be fair, I think, Emmanuel, if you can take another 3 minutes to defend your point and elaborate even much more, you have that time. You also do have 1 minute for your closing statements. But before you do that, okay, yes, I think you can do that now if you're available to come.
All right, Mr. Moderator, I have just seen that Emmanuel is actually in the same space with his co-debater. It would be nice, debaters, please, it would be nice if you're in the same space with your colleague. Please tell us, because we did not see Fatima join the call. I have just seen her appear on the screen. Judges, I sincerely apologize for the back and forth. I hope that they take this lesson going forward. So Fatima, Mr. Moderator, I think Fatima can speak, do her second speech.
Excellent. Thank you so much, admin. I appreciate that. Fatima, please come up. You have 3 minutes to elaborate much more on the comments that your colleague have made. Fatima, over to you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fatima Imtiku, a student from Modibo Adama University, Yola. I'm here to oppose the motion which says that formal education does not produce formal job in Nigeria. I would like to add to what my lead speaker has said. Imagine a world without formal education. Of course, it is impossible. If not because of formal education today, I myself personally, my co-debater, and my opponent, we wouldn't have been here to debate. No matter how much we hate waking up early for preparing for school, spending sleepless nights at night, in order to pass for our examinations and tests. Why do we do that? Of course, there is a reason. So that at the end, we will achieve our aims and objectives by fulfilling our dreams and obtaining formal job at the end in order to live a good, happy, lavish, and respectable life. We all know that today in our country, Nigeria is only formal education that produces formal job. Moreover, formal education trains younger experts to render their service from aging superiors. While this point is self-explanatory, let's take for instance, nurses who are School of Nursing every day to take up the duties of aiding nurses and retired matrons. Pilots trained in aviation schools, lawyers in the School of Law, and virtually white-collar job. Formal education is what people need to be in any of above-mentioned categories. I would like to let you know that in the business world today, it is fairly competitive these days. as compared to what it is used to be in the last 15 or 10 years back. Of course, it is uncomparable. We could afford to learn from making mistakes after getting into combat ground. But now, these days, you need to become totally equipped with all the tools to undertake business so that you will defend yourself among your competitors. In conclusion, it is proven and clear that formal education is what Nigeria needs to build a strong and educated team of experts into her workforce for a higher degree of efficiency and productivity. Mind you, we are in the world of technology, where everything requires technical know-how. Thus, it is a proven fact and not an argument that formal education does not produce formal job in Nigeria. I still remain Fatima M. Tuku, a student from Modibo Adama University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima, for your time. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Fatima, for your time. We appreciate that. May we then have the participant from University of Jos to give their closing statement. University of Jos, that should be Cornelius, or is it you? And that's fine. You have 1 minute.
Panel of judges. Opposition side came up with a beautiful, wonderful, excellent argument. But there is a problem with that argument. The data does not correspond with whatever they're actually proposing. With 80.6% of Nigerian economy driven by informal jobs and 20.4% of Nigerian economy driven by formal job, it clearly shows the disbalance in this assertion. Let us be truthful, lady judges. Let us be truthful, judges. The question is this: if the data does not lie, speculation is only but a tissue paper. Judges, in our recommendation, we recommend that the educational system in Nigeria must be focused on individuality as against a collective one-size-fits-all crap. We cannot run an education system where we produce 600,000 graduates who do not even know how to produce single job to run an economy. I so humbly submit.
For your submission, may we have the final statement from Modibo Adama University?
Good day to you all. To further buttress my point and do away with the misconception and fallacy that formal education does not produce formal job in Nigeria, I overheard the lead speaker from the proposition saying that skills acquired through cryptocurrencies can never be regarded as a product of formal education. But I would like to ask you, my fellow debaters and viewers at home, why are you still pursuing to acquire formal education if it can in no way produce a formal job after graduation? Why affirm this fallacy when skills required for modern society can be taught in our current educational system? All the points you have raised and all the skills you have listed, be it vocational, technical, or other part and parcel of formal education that we all embrace in Nigeria today. Hence, the reason entrepreneurship are taught. Formal education provides graduates with skills for adaptability. Organizations want to stay competitive, so it is essential to show employers that you are able to adapt in new situations and learn new skills in workplace. Possessing the skill to tell employers that you are a good leader who will do well in changes. To evidence this in your application, you can use examples if you choose to. I leave you with this. It is an indisputable fact and not an argument that formal education can never and will not produce formal job in Nigeria. Thank you.
Emmanuel. Thank you to all the speakers from Adama, Modibo University, Modibo Adama University, from Yola, and University of Jos. Thank you so much. Judges, over to you.
Well done. That has been a very interesting debate. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your points. They are very well noted. I would invite my co-judges to give their contributions now and feedbacks to our debaters. So over to you.
I can go.
Yeah. Oh, please go ahead. Please.
So firstly, well done to both teams. For the Modibo Adamawa University team, I think they were opposing the motion. I felt overall their argument had a bit more clarity because it was clear what their hypothesis was. They were talking generally about formal education being necessary for employability. However, I thought their arguments were almost entirely theoretical, very little data provided, and it wasn't situated in the reality of Nigeria. It was just generally discussing how formal education is necessary for employability. It wasn't really contextualized to Nigeria's situation, and there was little evidence provided. University of Jos, on the other hand, I think their argument was more contextual and fact-based and situated in the Nigerian context. However, I found their hypothesis a little bit difficult to follow. Were they arguing that the current nature of formal education in Nigeria is does not lead to employability, or in which case were they saying that we need to revise our curriculum, or were they arguing that overall formal education does not lead to employability? I found that their position on I found understanding what their argument was about a little bit difficult to grasp. However, overall, I felt that they argued their point with facts, with data, and they made it realistic to the Nigerian context.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, once again. So I'm going to provide very general feedback. And to start with, I would say a very big well done to the debaters because they've done a very good job. And one thing that I would like to commend them for is the perseverance. We are all navigating very difficult times with the technical and digital difficulties. So I could see when the second speaker from Modibo came up, I know that it can be very frustrating trying to connect. So very well done to everyone who's spoken. I think the first feedback I would provide is while the two sides, the proposition and the opposition, have provided lots of quotation, I think that it's not really so much about quoting statistics and referring to quotes, but it must be used in light of the actual reality of the topic. It must keep it central to the topic and not just for citation purposes. And the second one is on so I'll say that the second university who spoke Modibo, they addressed the basics, which was very good. I'm taking us to the basics of what this conversation is really about. But at the same time, we need to also work on presentation style. Please let your presentation flow more properly. At some point, I could see that it was obvious that the speakers, and I think this is also a general comment, they were reading maybe a script or from their screens. You can work more on your presentation style, and on the rebuttals, I would say that at some point the languages used by both sides were a bit dismissive, and that's not the purpose of a debate like this, to dismiss the other side's arguments, but to basically build on that, to concretize your own side and not just dismiss the other person's point that they've made or make it feel irrelevant. And also, if I could advise all of the speakers to please calm down. You rushed quite over your point, and at some point, it was difficult also to, just like my colleague has said, it was quite difficult to follow through your arguments. You all have very great and strong arguments, but if you could work more on your presentation styles, pace yourselves, and work on your time management, I think we would be very easy to follow through your thoughts. These are basically my own my feedback to the teams, and well done to you all once again.
Thank you so much for your feedbacks. Those were very valid points. I'll just add to that briefly by saying that both teams did very well. Just one more comment for each team, and then we'll move on from this. So for University of Jos, like my colleagues have said, you weren't very composed at the beginning. I understand that it can be a bit challenging when you're speaking via a digital platform like this and you can't really see the people you're talking with. But you were a bit jittery, so it was making you very incoherent. You couldn't really follow your line of thought. And also, at some point, you were giving us a lot of data without actually connecting it to the making it clear for us to see the point you were trying to make. So, but I like the fact that you had enough data to buttress your point, but being able to connect the data to the point of the argument is actually very essential. Then for Modibo, so I like the passion and the energy with which you made your presentation, but also, like my colleagues have said, you were rushing through it, just trying to put as much information as you could put out there, and you didn't use enough facts. We're in Nigeria and we know the situation. So if you want to convince the judges and the audience that your point is more valid, then you should be able to give us facts, things that we can relate to, right? So I would encourage that you do more research for other opportunities, do more research, give information that we can relate to because it's not just about what you say, it's about what we perceive and what we can relate to as a people. This is we're in the same context, we're all in Nigeria, so that also affects how we perceive what you're telling us. So thank you so much, guys. You've done a wonderful job. I encourage you to keep practicing, improve your debating skills, and do more research to make your debates going forward more interesting and engaging. So thank you, Mr. Moderator, and my fellow judges. I think we'll move on to the next
Thank you, judges. I'm sure they've taken those feedback very seriously, and so we move on very quickly. But before we do that, I would like to encourage our online audience on YouTube to please click on the link and answer the questions on there. They're just two questions, and like I usually say, it takes just 1 minute to do so. And what you're doing is providing feedback about the debates so far so we can improve and continue to serve you better. On to the next stage, we have participants from Gregory University and University of Abuja, slugging it out on a topic: modern technology is currently laying the foundation for the ruins of human interactions, yay or nay. May I then invite the first speaker proposing from the University of Abuja, Testimony Akinkumi. If you're there, please take the stage and your time will start.
So it's actually okay. I am Testimony Akikumi, and I'll be saying three things that indeed modern technology is laying the foundations for the ruins of human social interaction. They are breach of data privacy and lack of trust, socio-cultural breakdown of human interaction and communication, irreversible adverse health damages. First, modern technology has led to a sharp increase in distrust. According to the Center for International Governance Innovation, nearly 50% of internet users do not trust the internet and its contents. And this is as a result of continual expose, links, and confessions about how our data are being used. In comparison, if my friend and I have a face-to-face discussion, the privacy of whatever I will do is safe. I will not be victim of phishing or hacking or any other means of privacy attack. And our philosophers say, without trust, it's impossible for any society to function properly. Modern technology, despite promises of encryption, anonymity, and no tracking policy, have a high risk of data breach. According to the 2021 Tech Republic report, a full 86% of respondents had concerns about data privacy and couldn't trust that the data would be ethically used. In fact, the sociocultural concept of communication has become dilapidated and ruined. With modern technology, the system of communication that has promoted order and growth over centuries is being ridiculed. Rather than have a society where respect, objective criticism, and physical bonding is the anchor for discussion, the social media and mass media has escalated hate speech and disrespect. According to a 2016 report by Sarah Cole from Young University, mothers who use information communication technology in their home reported worse disrespect, poor relationship satisfaction, and frustration. Rather than act-to-act communication or playtime, mothers bring the bing and ting of their devices to the home. In an electronic time like Nigeria, modern technology has become a breeding ground for hate speech, conflict, and negative interaction. With modern technologies comes modern health problems. Eye strain, back pain, insomnia, seizures, headaches. I could go on and on. In 2012, Manfred Spencer coined the term digital dementia, something that every one of us face daily but will not recognize a name to. What's digital dementia? It's a modern day health epidemic that results from the overutilization of technology. Individuals with digital dementia demonstrate decline in cognition and higher memory loss just because we are too exposed to the radiations and the effects of light and other blue light that shows from the technology tools that we use daily. The problem doesn't stop here. In 2017, the NIH stated that prolonged and continual exposure to screen time and virtual experience will increase the risk of mental disorders and impair learning. Now more than ever, it's the right time for every one of us to have a rethink of how far technology should be involved in our social interaction. Finally, according to Christian Louis Lange, technology is a useful servant but a dangerous master. It's left for us to choose what we want with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, participant. I appreciate your time. I mean, like some other participants, you were not, you didn't, utilize your time, but I mean, that's to your discretion. Let's welcome participant from Gregory University. Do we have Enoch Gift already? If we
Yes,
have
sir.
her, please let her take the stage. You have 5 minutes, Gift.
All right. That says modern technology is currently laying the foundation of ruins of social interaction. Before I proceed, I will ask this question. Why was technology created? Technology was created to fill a void. It was created to augment the fundamental weaknesses of human beings, to aid fast and better communication in a vast direction. By way of introduction, the world is becoming increasingly digital. We do our shopping online, we build businesses online, spend downtimes online, and even make lifelong friends online. As of July 2020, 59% of the global population were active internet users. Technology is more than an abstract concept. It is associated with advanced tools and systems used by businesses and end users for convenience, automation, and automation of complex tasks. There is no denying that the internet has a positive impact on human communication. Compared to pre-internet times, we are now more connected than ever before. Technology has positively affected social interactions through the following ways. First, faster and easy communication. Communication, transportation, and interactions with others are faster than ever with the advent of airplanes, trains, buses, mobile phones, and even social media platforms. Not only making these complexes easier and faster, but also efficient. Let us imagine our world without mobile phones, cars, or even virtual platforms. We all know that we will not be here today for this debate exercise. In antiquity, the world would have taken months, if not years, to travel from one end of the globe to another, or even make contact with people from different parts of the world more difficult. Today, those tasks can be completed within a day or within minutes, making living in the modern day much more easier and more efficient. As people would say, time is money. So this in turn saves time and increases task efficiency. Furthermore, technology also aids better connection.
With video calling apps such as Skype and Zoom, many persons can now experience emotional connections without having to be in the same room. This is very much effective, especially during the coronavirus pandemic, when families were forced to stay apart due to the spread of diseases. The church was not left out of this, as church services held online on Facebook and other social media platforms. All this would have not been possible without the use of technology. On the same account, reports show that 213 million persons downloaded the Zoom app during the lockdown. Also, building relationships and meeting new people. The use of technology serves as a basis for meeting new people, and not only that, it also has made finding love very much easier. Most of us have heard of the dating apps, and not only hearing of it, most of us have also used it. Reports have shown that over 47% of people believe online dating makes it easier for introverts to find love. There are so many marriages today that are products of online dating. Some may include the popular media personality Ebuka Obi Uchendu and his wife Cynthia Obianodo got to know each other on social media platform known as Twitter. And they have been together till date. Coming down to myself, I made a friend during the breakout session in the course of the debate learning sessions. And I'm sure that even my good friends over there have done so too. And yes, it is the power of technology. Lastly, barrier-free interaction. Similarly, people who would otherwise have limited social interactions now have the option to be part of online communities. People with disabilities can forget about their physical boundaries while relating with others on social media. While socially anxious people can gain confidence by practicing interactions over the internet instead of face-to-face. In August 2017, national statistics showed that over 49% of disabled people had used social media in 3 months compared to the 71% of people without disability. On this account, technology indeed has broken interaction barrier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gift. Your points are duly noted. And thank you for your time. May we now welcome Friday Akpan from University of Abuja. The first, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Right. Okay. My name is Akpan Friday, and since this argument is based on the impact of technology and the optimization communication systems in the form of telecommunications and networking, I'll be basing my argument on how specifically the internet, social media, and mobile phones have actually radically changed the way we actually interact with one another, and also the ways that it is ruining social human interaction through internet addiction disorders, through depression, through social low self-esteem. Now, we know in a 2012 interview conducted and research conducted by Harvard research scientists, it was noted that, engagement with the social media and cell phones produces a sensation in the brain. That sensation is called dopamine. Dopamine is the same exact chemical formed in the brain when you smoke, when you drink, when you gamble. This same chemical gives you a very happy feeling and therefore is very highly addictive, very highly addictive. So the social media is very highly addictive and it tends to take away people from people. Now, if we are sitting in a meeting and you are actually you're actually pressing your phone or texting someone who is not in that meeting, you're sending a subconscious to the people who there are, you're not actually really important to me. You're not really important to me. So social media and mobile phones have always tried to take people away from people, but keep them stuck to their phones and keep them stuck to their technologies. Now we have people living in their phone. We are not actually living in the phone. And then depression, because of what we see on the social media, and in a journal published in 2014, a study published in 2014 in Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, it talked about Facebook, how Facebook is actually leading people into depression. into depression. So we have a lot of people going into depression because of the social media. And we all know that addictions, so low self-esteem, depression takes people away from people. And in long time, it will destroy relationships, it will destroy your money, it will take away your time and everything. And it will destroy our human social interactions. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, please, we didn't get your last comment.
Okay, sure. We've had gift from Gregory, and we've had testimony from Akin Kumi, and now we just had Friday from University of Abuja. Now I'm saying let's have Marvelous, right? Let's have Marvelous
Right.
from Gregory University. Isn't that the order?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Marvelous. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marvelous, and I'm here to aid my colleague in opposing the motion that says modern technology is currently laying the foundation for the ruins of human social interaction. Having in mind the need for the modernization of technology, which is to fulfill the need of faster and ease of communication, just like my colleague has spoken about, we can rightly say that technology has been and is still performing its functions. One of the upsides of technology modernization is that it helps people to learn new languages that enables them to interact effectively with people in the international society. With the emergence of apps such as Duolingo, it is easier for people to learn other languages, to be able to interact with people from other tribes and other races, considering the fact that Nigeria has more than 250 tribes, each with different languages. This also aids barrier-free interactions, as language could be a barrier to an effective social interaction. Coming down to the political part of social interaction, technology gives rooms for citizens to provide immediate feedback on the actions of the government. Technology has also enabled people to share their opinions on government policies and have arguments without having to be in the same room or in the same place. Having about 99%, 90 to 99% of the nation using social media, it is easier to engage in political issues. So to speak, someone from Abia State and someone else from Abuja could comfortably talk about their forthcoming general elections and share their views on it, and also what they expect going forward using technology in the form of social media. Now, some people would say that technology reduces human to human interaction, but instead promotes human to machine interactions. But this is a misconception, as the machine only serves as a bridge that still fosters human to human interaction. Because when using a phone to talk to someone, you're talking to the person and not to the phone. That would be like saying I, presenting right now, is talking to my screen and not to the thousands of people logged in and watching this live session. Having heard these points presented, I can rightly say that modern technology isn't currently laying the foundations for the ruins of human social interaction, but is instead promoting and improving social interaction. Thank you.
Much Marvelous. Your points are duly noted. And it's time for our closing statement. May I welcome participants from Abuja, University of Abuja, for your closing statement.
Thank you very much, moderator. We understand the points that the other speaker has mentioned, and they are all quality points. But we are not saying technology does not have its advantage. What we are saying is that technology brings only quantity and quantity to our data. It does not bring quality. That same Twitter, which my colleague on that side talked about, is also the place where we have a large variety of fake news and different information that people, when people realize are not true, they begin to hate themselves and become emotionally disturbed. Not only that, my other speaker talked about handicapped people. According to Pew Research, more and more people who show their handicapped nature online tend to be online disgraced and be disgraced in a way that people they tend to find it not worthwhile actually coming online. And when my speaker also talk about emotional connection, according to Berkeley Education research, it's found out that babies had more connection with mothers when they connected physically and not virtually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Closing statement again from Gregory University.
I overheard my good friend made mention of social media causing depression. I totally disagree with that because studies have shown that social media has acts as an antidepressant. We have so many sites that ease depression, such as comedy sites. I cannot count how many times I've been sad, but by watching one or two comedy skits, I am revived. In as much as technology has so many negative effects on human social interaction, its positive effects outstand all. In recapitulation, modern technology has laid foundation for positive growth rather than ruining human social interaction because it aids faster and easy communication, enhances better connection, builds relationships, and also creates barrier-free interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all of our speakers from University of Abuja and Gregory University. Judges, you have your time now. It's been an interesting one. Over to you, judges.
Oh, it's good to be back here. What an interesting time with the debaters. Welcome back, my fellow judges. I had a great time listening to these debaters. They had very compelling arguments and very interesting points of views. So I'll just do the first feedback, and Hassana will do the next, and Usola will conclude for us on the session. So I'll just say that I think these debaters took a lot of advice from the first session, and they worked on their presentation, clarity. They were able to use relevant points to buttress their arguments, and they were also able to respond with good rebuttal statements for after listening to their opponents and debate. So I think it's an improvement on the first set that we listened to. So well done. Both teams did beautifully well. Encourage you to keep at it, and I'll leave the floor for my fellow judges now to give their comments and feedbacks. Thank you so much. Over to you, Hassan.
Thank you, Anna. And thank you to our debaters. I also thoroughly enjoyed that debate. I thought it was very engaging. I thought it was very well argued. For University of Abuja, who were the proponents, I felt you were clear in your position. You had good arguments. I felt your arguments came across as a bit more personal and a bit more passionate. But overall, very well done. Just one thing I would say, maybe sometimes conflating issues. I think when you started, the first speaker, your arguments were geared more towards privacy, and then you brought up the issue of health issues relating to to modern technology, which is a little bit outside of the topic of social interaction. But overall, I thought you did a very good job putting across your position. And for University of Gregory, I thought you had very good rebuttal arguments. You presented them very well. You came across as more objective in your debate, which for me personally was maybe more convincing because it came across an objective position that you were putting across and less of a personal one. Very well done, rebutting the arguments and your presentation style. Both teams I thought was great. So overall, very good debate that I thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you.
Hi everyone again. I'd like to say very good well done to both themes once again. I found this very engaging. I could see the connections that the participants made with the audience, and that's a very good one. I think my only feedback would be working on structure. Don't try to say too much. Sometimes you have very limited time to deliver your points. So I would say maybe place your arguments within like a theme, and then address that theme. So I would say don't try to say too much, but logically present your point. It's better to say two things in a clear and logical framework than saying everything or saying too many things. And yeah, and maybe if it's worth, you can basically tell the judges from the start that I would address 2 points or 3 lines of this, and this is my first point, my second point, my third point. But otherwise, I think that this was a very good round, and well done to all the participants.
Thank you, judges. Thank you so much. I also thought it was a keenly contested round, very engaging, and all your points are truly, truly valid. And then we will go straight into the next and final round for today, which is the round 14, where we have members of Nnamdi Azikiwe University and members from University of Ibadan going head to head over a topic: state of residence, not state of origin, would change Nigeria for good. Judges, may I seek your indulgence to please join me as I receive the first speaker from the university, the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, I beg your pardon, to take the podium and lead his team to a potential victory. Over to you, Nduku Chibundom.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good day all. My name is Ndukuchi Bundum, and today I will be opposing the motion that the state of residence, not state of origin, will change Nigeria for good. I will do this by proving that not only is the use of state of origin not a detriment to unity in this nation, it actually is the main basis in which unity has been built in the nation and will be maintained. Why is that so? Well, it's best to start by stating what brought about the creation of states in the first place. State creation was originally conceived as a solution to the problems of ethnic minority groups. According to Stephen Hagen in 1983, discussing on the necessity for state creation and autonomy, the exploitative relationship, which often characterizes the interaction between the minority and dominant group, can take the form of unequal regional development or of differential access to positions of privilege and power, or different forms of segregation and discrimination. This was the mindset behind the creation of states. So what do we have now? No matter what ethnic group you are from, as an indigene of a particular state, the quota system of the legislature means that you have a say in the nation. And this distinction between indigenes and non-indigenes of a state helps guarantee Nigeria's ethnic groups the power to present their unique identities, culture, traditional systems of government by enabling them maintain some cultural distinction. What does bringing about the use of state of residence do? It completely does away with the main reason for the creation of states and the principle of federal character, and in the end, it brings an end to unity in this country. And while on paper, it is nice to believe that we can adopt the system of use of residence, of state of residence like the US, forgetting that it can be applied because the US is a migrant nation where there are no ethnicities. In application, it is clear that this concept would bring forth nothing but a disaster. Nigeria is not a migrant country. Each state have ethnic groups who claim the lands as their homeland. We have a system in which states have a level of autonomy, not letting any outsiders get the benefits of ruling over them, disrupting their entrenched customs and tradition. And it works. So what is the locus for trying to change what is working? By applying this, we are reverting the nation back to the past. With it, there will be a dominance of bigger ethnic groups once again, in instances in which there can be an Igbo person representing Ondo State and so on. Hence, minority suppression will emerge again. Even worse, let's talk about the economic consequences of this system. The World Bank Databank reported that there among those living below the $1.90 poverty line between 2018 and 2019, 84.6% lived in rural areas. As a result, the urbanization rate as at 2020 stood at 51.96%, growing from 43% in 2010. This means that the poor conditions of rural states force people to move to urban states. And if they know that they completely identify with an urban state, and even as much as enjoy rights of occupying formal positions, it will be a much bigger reason for them to be unwilling to remain in the rural regions. A state of origin system thus helps these persons maintain their allegiance to their states while engaging in both civic and economic activities to help build the state and thus the country. However, a state of residency system forces the desire of people not to belong to poor states and migrate. This is seen in America, where states like Texas and New York have high population and those like Wyoming suffer low ones, and thus is poorer, according to the worldpopulationreview.com. Where a brain drain results in Nigeria, different parts of the country would grow at uneven paces because urban areas have more labor forces than the rurals. Also, budget allocation factually favors states with higher population, so the less developed states are disenfranchised. Look, we realize that there are several problems of discrimination in states, but the solution is not the creation of state of residence. It is the realization that we are first citizens of Nigeria, and that as such, we have the right not to be discriminated according to Section 42 of the Constitution, no matter what state we are from. This means that in daily living, non-indigenes of certain states still enjoy many rights equally as indigenes, and only need to stand up for themselves if their rights are tampered with. We do not need to appropriate another state and culture upon ourselves before we can be treated equally. However, the concept of having other people of other ethnic groups rule over others in their homeland simply because they have resided there for a period of time is laughable at best. It's an invasion of their territorial integrity and autonomy, and there is no way that it can be practiced without bringing forth that which it has been created to prevent, which is complete disunity and chaos in the land. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for sharing your point so eloquently. May I welcome participant, the leading participant from University of Ibadan, to take the podium and share your points. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. We can see you.
In spite of 16 years of independence, the Nigerian good is still not achieved. Nigerians continue to view themselves based on state of origin. At a time where there is transparent disunity across the nation, Biafran and Oduduwa are calling for cessation, and political observers decrying ethnic dominance and exploitation. Mr. Chair and honorable members, the policy before this House their partner. State of origin in Nigeria refers to the paternal ancestral place of birth, not even the place of birth of the individual. And for the purpose of this debate, state of residence would mean the state in which an individual has lived. One, state of and tribalism, which impedes national development. According to a 2015 report by the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, the Human Rights Council pointed out that those regarded as indigenous citizens in Nigeria are given preferential access to public resources, government jobs, university education and scholarship, and access to land, opportunities not provided to the settlers. The former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Joseph Daudu, stated that the constitution provision for indigenship has promoted discrimination, division, and bigotry. Despite Nigeria's incapacitation across all sectors due to bad governance, the citizens focus on and this leads to gross loss of good and better opportunity. Hence, the concept of state of origin is rooted in nepotism, favoritism, and tribalism. We do not look for who is capable, but who is from a particular state, elevating the importance of ancestral origin over merit. This has been the hindrance in the Nigerian political system and threatens the unity of the country. No country in the world has developed without a strong sense of citizenship and nationalism. The time has come to abolish state of origin. After all, a peaceful and developed nation is all we crave for. 2. State of origin through quota system impedes educational development. In a statement made by former CBN Governor Charles Soludo in 2012, too much allegiance to state and quota system impedes development of the country. This is evident in our education sector, where the vice chancellor of the university at different levels, whether state or federal, tend to be local indigenes of the country or from a neighboring state, and the staff configuration within the institution reflect the same distribution of the basis of quota system. This quota system in academic appointments sending Nigeria's education system down the drain as university become enclaves of villages rather than citadel of learning. To change Nigeria for good, the country should therefore adopt a state of residence concept so that people who are genuinely qualified to contribute to educational growth and development of the country or their immediate community are not denied the opportunity to do so because of their background. Lastly, state of origin breeds misrepresentation and discrimination. Across important areas such as politics and the civil service, the new generation of Nigerians are increasingly cosmopolitan, multilingual, and socioculturally mixed, but are Nigerians first and foremost. State of origin breeds misrepresentation and discrimination across this diverse group. Politically, this category of Nigerians, while claiming to be indigenous of a particular state, have no right to vote for their desired representative or influence the outcome of election in their state of residence. If they wish to represent the interests of people, they cannot do so in the community they've invested so much time in, but have to aspire to represent people of the hometown where they are not as familiar, bringing political misrepresentation and discrimination. Similarly, in the civil service, the concept of indigents versus non-indigents exists detrimentally in many states. Some state governments have gone as far as purging the civil service of non-indigents. For instance, on October 1st, 2011, the Abia state government dismissed 80 women on the grounds of their non-indigenous status. However, the state of residence system ensures proper representation as people can contribute to political structure of a place where they've lived and invested. To what end will it benefit the country? Perhaps it is time Nigeria to identify as one. Does your state of origin matter? When the country is in debt, when the healthcare collapses, when there is no fuel in the country, or when terrorists, bandits establish parallel states within the state, does your state of origin matter? An insult to one should be an insult to all. Thank you.
Very much participant from University of Ibadan. Let's call for a rebuttal from Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Please come up. You have 3 minutes.
Good day. Please, am I audible? Hello?
Kindly go ahead, please.
Okay. Good day. My name is Mwaja Ebube, and I'll be the second speaker from Nigeria University. My speech interrogates 3 things, basically. First of all, it looks at the Nigerian peculiarity, and it necessarily interrogates how citizens perceive persons from other ethnic groups within their localities. Second of all, it asks the question whether the opposing side actually makes for ethnicity within the country. And third of all, it shows us how the state of origin system necessarily makes for the fact that persons would coexist in society normally. On the first level, I think that the proposition side assumes an utopia for the country. What that means is that despite ethnicity exists and despite we don't want it, we cannot just say, okay, it does not exist. We cannot make policies on the desires that we necessarily want. Nigeria suffers a little history, ranging from a 1914 amalgamation that was largely unsolicited, to a Kano riot of 1953, to dissecting views pertaining to independence between 1963 and 1960, to the census riot conflicts between 1963 and 1964, and to the tribally misconstrued coup of 1966. What this means is that resulting from the 38% illiteracy rate in the country currently, persons are naturally, like Nigerians are naturally made to think tribally. This is not good, but it still exists. Therefore, we have to make policies that can manage it and not necessarily like escalate it. What it will look like is that in instances where we put a state of residence system, it will look like a particular person from another tribe coming into like another location to say be the governor of that state or to necessarily dominate in a way that is inappropriate. It was like fuel sentiments. It will make people even more conscious about their ethnicity. This was seen in South Africa during the xenophobic regime. Now, on the second thing, I will tell you how that first peace is something that does not work. Peace has to grow naturally. Ideologies are not necessarily forced. So a state of residence system makes it that persons are imposed on things like with things that impose on their insecurities. What it would look like is that as seen in South Sudan, where Salva Kiir tried to necessarily dissolve the regional structure and make it a state structure, as seen in 1967, where Yakubu Gowon tried to do the same thing, it will result in a full-blown conflict with many people dying. What is like the summary of everything is the fact that persons in Nigeria are not too advanced, at least not advanced enough to necessarily live beyond their ethnic lines. Therefore, the state of origin system necessarily manages it and actually makes for the fact that persons live like in unity and in peace without having to impede on their individual insecurities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was powerful. Let's have a rebuttal from University of Ibadan.
Unity, faith, peace, and progress. These are the words on the coat of arms. Yet, Chima, an Igbo boy who had spent his entire life in Oyo State and speaks fluent Yoruba, has less privileges than Bayo, a son of the soil, just because he's not from Oyo State. Mr. Chair and honorable members, having the state of origin as the primary means of identification entrenches tribalism over national unity and thus encourages discrimination in the formal and informal sector. According to the 2014 study by the Nigerian Research Network, in about 7 local government areas, up to 40 I, the Deputy Prime Minister, proposes that this house, the Residency Act, will enable people who are born in a particular state, have been resident for at least 5 or have made significant developmental contribution as deemed by the local government council to access full benefits apportioned to these indigenes of the state. Some of these benefits will include 1. Running for elected office in their state of residence. 2. Eligibility to state bursary scholarship schemes in states where they reside. And 3. Job security at local and state levels. The opposition may cite instances where similar bills have been rejected by both the House and the masses. However, we will increase social and cultural acceptance through vigorous civic education and campaigns involving civil society groups, community, and religious leaders. Once this act is signed, the government will seek to implement them in the following manner. 1. The National Population Commission and Nigerian Census Commission will carry out a nationwide survey to automate and integrate the process into the national database. 2. Federal and state parastatals will include permanent state of residence in employment contracts, forms, or programs. Mr. Chair, imbibing the usage of state of residence will not be drastic, as we propose a 10-year timeline for proper implementation, evaluation, and monitoring carried out by the local government, and the reports are forwarded to the National Population Commission, who will compile and present it to the legislative houses. At this juncture, it is imperative to note that we do not seek to abolish the state of origin as the opposition may suggest. In fact, this act permits individuals to identify with both their residential and ethnic origins. At a time where tribalism is rampant and we still nurse wounds from the Civil War, we seek one Nigeria that improves cultural integration, just like the NYC scheme. Countries like the US have adopted the use of state of residence, better described as domicile states, which is recognized as legal permanent state of residency. Mr. Chair and honorable members, I have a dream that one day the children of Chioma and Galadima can eat the fruits of their own labor under the brown roofs of Ibadan. I have a dream that my unborn children will one day live in Nigeria where they will be judged not by where their parents are from, but by which state they call home. Because then and only then will there be unity, faith, peace, and progress.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the teams. May I now welcome participants from University Nnamdi Azikiwe University for their closing statements. Please come on and share your closing statement.
Am I audible, please? Good. So, panel, at this juncture, it is basically a question of priorities. I have painted to you a world where if we necessarily go with the proposition, it's going to be very little because they do not provide any specific mechanism to show it to be very successful. This is primarily because the rate of illiteracy is something that is still surging high. The rate of ethnic tension is still something that is very imminent, and there is no assurance of it being died down. Now, we understand that these ethnic sentiments are very high, but then it is only high to the extent where persons the lives and the control of persons over their own lives is something that is necessarily threatened. So to the extent where there is normal coexistence without any form of competition for, say, political positions, there is going to be peace. It's basically an argument of trade-offs. Should we just satisfy a few persons residing in other areas, or should we save the sanity of the whole country? I will go for the latter. Here.
Thank you very much for your closing statement. Let's welcome participants from University of Ibadan to share their closing statement.
The opposition can be likened to a man who sees the point, come close to the point, yet misses the point. Even states are saying in the right direction. State governors have been finding different ways to woo and placate non-indigens. Sokoto State has abolished the discriminatory fees in the education institutions. Kano State has appointed special advisors to the governor from the non-indigen community. Governor Babangida Aliyu of Niger State elected council chairman to states to accord indigenous status to anyone who live for 6 years in any local government area in Lagos State. A very large non-indigenous population has given rise to contradictory exclusive and inclusive tendencies. The Lagos State government currently has many non-indigenous in senior political office. This level of inclusivity has ensured a reduction in nepotism and increase in harmony in different areas of civil service. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That has been a keenly contested debate, and it's time to welcome our judges to give their comments, feedback. Thereafter, the results will be announced. Judges, over to you.
Welcome back, my fellow judges. Thank you, Mr. Moderator and admin. It's been a very, very interesting session yet again. I'm sure that we're going to have a very tough time, appointing scores to these two teams because they brought their A game. I would like to say that I'm very impressed by how much research and underground work these teams put into their presentation, their debates. I could see passion for the topics that they were presented, and they've been able to communicate to us why they think that is more acceptable. So I want to say thank you and well done to the Nnamdi Azikiwe representatives and University of Ibadan representatives. Both teams did amazingly well, and they were able to convince us on both sides. I'm trying to make up my mind now which motion I should represent. So well done. So I would let my fellow judges give their opinions. So we'll start with Busola this time, and Hassan will
Thank you very much. Again, this was very good, very good. I really love that both teams really managed their time very well, and were very persuasive in their arguments. And I particularly want to reference that the Nnamdi Azikiwe University speakers basically had a very good presentation style, and they also kept their points very central. And the second speaker particularly told us what he was going to be arguing from the very beginning, and in addition went back to re-emphasize some things that he had said. So it's sometimes when someone is basically, rebutting your argument, but you're basically coming back to say, okay, this is what we are saying, and that for me was very good. The emphasis was very good. And for University of Ibadan, I would like to say that I love that the evidences you used, the examples that you used, they were locally relevant. They actually connected with what the reality of Nigeria really is. And so I'll just say overall, both teams used very reflective questions, asked us questions that would actually make the audience to pound down some of the things that they were saying to drive home the point. So, a very tough round, and very well done to both speakers from both universities, and all the very best.
We can't hear you, Asana. Please check if your mic is muted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
Okay, I was saying that I completely agree with Busola. Very well done, both teams. I think you were very equally pitted against each other. You both presented very convincing arguments for your positions. When the Namdi Azikawe lady started, she presented arguments that made me feel, yes, you have a very good point, and trying a different system would only cause problems. But then the a Biden speaker came on and he presented his arguments, and he made me want to change my mind. So I think your team, more than any of the others, were able to confuse me, which is good because it means that you both presented very convincing arguments, which is making it hard for me to decide what the right position is. So congratulations, both of you. Very well done.
Thank you very much, judges. The time has now come for us to reveal the winners. But before we do that, let me take a moment to appreciate all of the debaters. They have done very well, exceptionally well. I mean, the feedback and all of the comments coming from the judges, starting from the initial group that presented, that group 9, group 8, I beg your pardon, down to group 14. It's been an interesting one, and I believe we've all enjoyed the process. Now speaking to the debaters now, I believe we've all enjoyed the process, and we feel fulfilled already. I want to appreciate our judges from Alero to Busola Fadigbe to Asana to let me pick the names now: Kelechi, Chika, and Queen. Thank you so much for your time. You've provided a lot of reflections for the debaters to think about as they go on in the different stages of this debate process. Also, you have created some type of guidance templates for them, and I see some of them just taking those advice immediately and using them, and that's really remarkable. The time is here, and I have the results before me. Whoa, okay. I have the results before me, and having gone through all of these stages, in round 8, we had participants from University of Calabar and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, competing. And It's a keenly contested one, I must say. And for round 8, participants from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa have a cumulative score of 14, while participants from University of Calabar have a cumulative point of 19, which makes them the winner for round 8. University of Calabar, winner of round 8. Round 9, we had University of Maiduguri and participants from Nnamdi Azikiwe University contesting for a spot to proceed into the next stage. For this one, it's been keenly contested and it's close, this close. University of Maiduguri scored 21 points and Nnamdi Azikiwe University scored 23 points, making them the winners of round 9. And in round 10, round 10 is the closest, if I would say, of all the rounds. University of Ilorin scoring 14.3, while Adekunle Ajasin University Akungba scoring 14.0, making participants from University of Ilorin winners of this particular round. Interesting to see how close that was. Round 11. Round 11. Participant from Federal University of Technology, Mina, and participants from Modibo Adama University, Yola, contested in this one, and Foot Mina scored 13.0. 13.0 Foot Mina, while participants from Modibo Adama University, Yola, scored 12.0, making Foot Mina the winner for round 11. And round 12, Unijos and Gregory University came on the tough and fought really, really hard. But we can only have one winner. University of Jos have a cumulative point of 17.5, while Gregory University have a cumulative point of 25.3. And this is interesting because both University of Jos and Gregory University are winners. From what I can see, I'd like admin to confirm that I'm saying the right thing, but if my spreadsheet here is anything to go by, participants from University of Jos and Gregory University have come up as winners of this round. Oh, I see. I guess it is my eyes. Please pardon my eyes now. For round 12, actually, we have participants from Modibo Adama University again and University of Jos for round 12. Pardon me, that was a mistake there. Round 12, Modibo Adama University and University of Jos, where Modibo Adama scored 15.75 and University of Jos scored 17.5, making University of Jos winners of round 12. And round 13, Gregory University and University of Abuja
slugging it out, fighting the battle, and I mean, we can only have one winner. Eventually, University of Abuja scored 21.5, while Gregory University scored 25.3, making Gregory University winners of round 13. And lastly, round 14, where Nnamdi Azikiwe University came on the field to battle with participants from University of Ibadan. At the end of the scoring, University of Ibadan have a cumulative point of 16.8, while Nnamdi Azikiwe University have a cumulative point of 15.2, making participants from University of Ibadan winners of round 14. Now, going over the winners from each round again: round 8, University of Calabar; round 9, Nnamdi Azikiwe University; round 10, University of Ilorin; round 11, Federal University of Technology, Mina; round 12, University of Jos; round 13, Gregory University; and round 14, University of Ibadan. That is the list, and that is those are the winners for these rounds. So that is it. And let me also announce that as we go on, all right. Okay. Let me also announce that as we go on, further information will be shared with the winners as how to proceed. But let me invite the admin to share a bit of announcement from their end before I take the final announcement and call it a day. Admin, have you got an announcement?
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Aniebe.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth. Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Aniebe.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember to be youthful and useful.
Hello, I'm Fumi Murakio.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
From Aniebe.
Hi there, Bernard here. Happy International Youth Day 2022.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Happy International Youth Day.
Remember.
All right. Thank you so much for staying with us, all of our audience on Facebook and on Instagram. We truly appreciate you for spending this time with us. A couple of announcements before we call it a day. I mean, the winners are celebrating at their different respective locations, and we're happy for them. Please, if you did not win in this round, please note you are not a loser. Note
You're not a loser. It is a competition, and somebody must have an upper hand, I beg your pardon, and that is why we're doing it this way. May I let us know, those of us who are on the call, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, to let us know that today is International Youth Day, celebrated all over the world. And for us here in Leap Africa, we celebrate this day, or perhaps commemorate this day, through our program, the Youth Day of Service. The Youth Day of Service is a week-long event. And it starts today. We celebrate International Youth Day during this day, and we spread it across the entire week, starting today till Friday next week. And it is designed to ignite the agency and the creativity of young people across Africa towards the sustainable development goals. It also aims to promote a culture of communal support and community development. Basically, we're calling on young people all around the continent. Go out. Are you angry about something in your community? Do you think you can do anything about it? Or have you thought that you could do something about it? Now is the time. There is funding for certain project. I would invite you to please visit www.youthdayofservice.org to learn more and join the train. You have the opportunity to register a project or volunteer on a project in your community. Take note, do your part, and let Africa be great. I'd like to also invite us to know, or let us know, that our annual program, the Social Innovators Program and Awards, is coming this September. We'll share further details with you, but you can check our website on leapafrica.org for more details about that event. Let me also bring to our notice that this debate competition is part of activities set up by the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund to support active participation amongst young people and encourage nation building in Nigeria. And it is funded by MacArthur and Ford Foundation and implemented by Leap Africa. We celebrate them and we thank them for the opportunity to do this. Once again, our judges, I want to thank you very much for your time, and our debaters, thank you so much for staying till now, and all of our audience across Africa, thank you for doing this with us. From me to you, it is goodbye for now, and see you some other time on this end.
As a people with one song, with one voice, we're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours.
Divineflavor.com.
As a people with one heart for one cause, we're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails, our land where there's hope for us all. Our land where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes, different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come. And for generations to come. We'll the promises she holds for us. And someday we would shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west of the side. If you believe to the same, with the foot alone, we're all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, say we are, yeah. With the foot alone, I believe, and I know you do too. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, Ever Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me say, yeah. What a great nation.
More music at Divine Flavor.
Yeah. If I told you how I came this far and all the things that I've been through, need I tell you that I've been to hell? I've seen it all and done it all. Growing up as a child. Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours.
DivineFlavor.com.
As a people with one heart for one cause, we're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom rise and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Our land where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes, different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations What a great nation. Someday we would sing like a song. From the north, south, east, and west, somebody say, if you believe to the say, with the foot of Lord, we're all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me say, yeah. What a great nation.
More music at Divine Flavor.
Yeah. If I told you how I came this far and all the things that I've been through, need I tell you that I've been to hell? I've seen it all and done it all. Growing up as a child. Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours.
DivineFlavor.com.
As a people with one heart for one cause, we're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom rise and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Our land where there's tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come. And for generations to come. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Nigeria and the promises she holds for us, and someday we would shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west, somebody say, if you believe, join us, say, we're the better land with all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, say we are, yeah. We're the better land. I believe, and I know you do too, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, but Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me, say, yeah. What a great nation.
More music at Divine Flavor.
Yeah. If I told you how I came this far and all the things that I've been through, need I tell you that I've been to hell? I've seen it all and done it all. Growing up as a child. Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice, we're a nation.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for staying tuned up until this time. I want to believe that you've had a very engaging day if you've been here since morning. Um, Listening to all the conversations from the various universities. Thank you for staying tuned once again. We're going to make this very quick. So we have round seven, and we have debaters from Delta State University, Abraka, and debaters from the University of Lagos, who will be debating on the topic 12, not 9 years, is what the Nigerian child deserves. I'll say that again. 12 and not 9 years of free basic education is what the Nigerian child deserves. So before we call on the speakers, I'd like to tell you which, the side each university will be debating on. So we have the University of Lagos opposing this motion, while the Delta State University Abraka will be proposing this motion. Before we go ahead, I would like to introduce our amiable judges. So first on the list, we have Amabel Diana Wakama, who is the Director of Programs for LEAP Africa. Thank you, Amabel, for being here with us today. And we also have on our panel of judges, Mr. Ahmed Umar. Mr. Ahmed Umar is the Program Manager for the LEAP Leadership Institute. Thank you so much for giving us your time today, also, Ahmad. And I want to tell you that the judges who have come before you have had a wonderful time listening to this conversation. In fact, at some point, you know, the point where they say, I hope I've been able to convince you, not confuse you. Some judges clearly were, in fact, they were confused because of the weight of the argument. And it was very difficult to say, oh, okay, I'm going to give my points to this side. So I hope that the conversations we have here today will be as compelling, and we trust your judgment to give very compelling marks as well. Lastly, we have Mr. Poemi Oriniowo, who is, I like to call him at this point, since we're all Nigerians, the Oga Pata of the purpose that we're here. Okoyemi Oriniowo is the project lead for the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, NYFF. Thank you so much, Okoyemi, for being here with us today. As I said, we trust your judgment on this matter. On that note, we have all of our debaters on ground, I believe. Unilag, they're all joining from one device, same as the students from Delsu. So we'll go into it. I will introduce them now. So from Delsu, we have Chukura Victory Oluchi. Chukura Victory Oluchi, I believe that's your first speaker from Delsu. I'll give you the floor now. I think our people from Delsu have exited the floor. Admin, please discontinue. I do not see our debaters from Delsu anymore, so I believe that allows Ubak Emmanuel from Unilag as first speaker to go on. I'd like to read the rules of engagement again one more time. I apologize. First, each speaker the first speakers have 5 minutes. The second speakers have 3 minutes, and then you would have the opportunity to come back for rebuttal, or sorry, for your closing speech for 1 minute. So since we have Unilag going first now, Unilag would speak. The first speaker from Unilag would speak, followed by the first speaker from Delta State University, and then followed closely by the second speaker from Unilag, and same from Delta State University. We ask you to refrain from using inappropriate language or objectionable language, and to refrain also from personally attacking your fellow debaters. 1 point will be deducted for each of these conduct. Also, 1 point to be deducted if you are caught using irrelevant facts or figures for this debate, and if you are also caught using unfair tactic, or if you're unfamiliar with the rules that we have stated. On that note, I also want to believe that our colleagues from Unilag have followed the debate up until this time, and they're very aware of how this is supposed to go. On that note, I open the floor for the first speaker from Unilag. You have the floor now.
Right. I'm Ayomide Madojitimi, a student of the University of First Choice and the Nation's Prize, Unilag. I'm here to say that the 12 years educational system of free basic education is not what a Nigerian child deserves. A Nigerian child deserves a 9-year free basic educational system. And let me start by opening with the popular saying of Nelson Mandela. He said, and I quote, that education is the most important weapon at which we can use to change the world. But when we say education is the most important weapon that we can use to change the world, what type of education are we referring to? Is it the one that is slow and efficient, or the one that is rigorous and not efficient? So I will tell you, 80.5 million children are out of school, according to United Nations International Children Emergency Fund. What are the reasons for this? The objective of the 9-year basic education is to achieve 3 things. 1, numeracy. 2, literacy. 3, communication. If a children can use the number very well, add and subtract, multiply, divide, and do some other things, in addition with literacy, the ability to read and write, with communication, with effective communication skill, I think this child has done enough, and the government has done the little that they can do for the free basic education that they have given. Another thing, Warren Buffett said, and I quote, that price is what you pay, value is what you want. If the government should have done well to have given a 9-year free basic education to a student, and at the end of the day, the student or the guardians or the parents could not afford to further more, that means even if the government should give more, the child or the parent or the guardians will not be able to appreciate it. So what we need is that the little that we have done, which is the 9-year free basic educational system that we have imputed in our system, we should ensure that we are able to improve it, not to add to our problem. For instance, in the northern part, we discovered that some children have been enrolled into the anomic group of what we call Boko Haram. Why? Just because even the 9 years basic educational system that we are doing is not efficient enough. Then so most of them are out of school at the untimely period. Next, what I will say is skill acquisition. After the 9-year free basic education, then the child could forage around and find skills that will be useful for him in the labor market. For instance, 33% of the youth or Nigerian children are unemployed after they are out of school. Why are they unemployed? They are unemployed basically because most of them do not have the skills that are required in the labor market, not because they do not have education. Education is not enough. We need the skills that will prepare them for employability in the labor market. Another part of it is that slow learning, redundancy, and some other things. When they have done the relevant thing, which is the basic, the word basic, free basic education at the 9 years, if they have been able to acquire it, additional 3 years for a free basic education to make it 12 years, it will lead to monotony, redundancy, repetition, and irrelevant digression into what is necessary. Another part of it is that talent, we have different talents. So we have to understand that other than this education, let us make children to go out of school and discover who they are. Albert Einstein said, and I quote, that everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its own life believing it is stupid. You cannot judge me by the ability of what I can do only in school. We cannot all be lawyers. Neither can we all be doctors. Neither can we all be farmers. But we have different skills. Look at people like Aisha Toshola. What she used to be one of the best female footballer was not acquired through schools. Another case study is the case study of Amusan. Amusan that won the 100-meter hurdles. She did not acquire those things by formal learning. So after then, we should be able to allow people to go for other skills that they can fit in. I would like to say this, that before we have used the 12 educational system, but it has not materialized. But now that we are now using the 9 system, let us give ourselves chance to have the 9 years free basic education so that we can get the Nigeria that we actually want. If we go back to that old system, we might not get the Nigeria we want, because insanity, according to Albert Einstein, is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting different results. I rest my case. I remain Ayomide Madojitimi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ayomide. That was a very passionate debate. I would call now on the first speaker from Delta State University. Please, you have the floor.
Hello, we are Team VIC from Delta State University, Abraka, and we are proposing the motion that 12 years of free basic education, 12 and not 9 years of free basic education is what the Nigerian child deserves. In the words of the great Malcolm X, education is the passport for the future, and tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. In 1999, when Chief Olusegun Obasanjo introduced the UBE, that's the Universal Basic Education, into the Nigerian education system, the main goal was to make education accessible to everyone and free for everyone. And with the current statistics that we've got between 1999 till this time, it is only about 70% completion rate. That is, only about 70% of students who get into school actually finish it. And one good reason why the 12 years is what is needed. 43% of Nigerians suffer severe poverty. They do not have the funds to further their education. It is common knowledge that for a student to excel in the real world, the student needs lifelong skills that can help him or her. The 9 year system does not give us that. Do you know why it is so? It is because the curriculum is outdated. I mean, these students still do social studies. These subjects are very important, but they are not in tune with the modern world. Some of them do not do coding, data science, and the necessary skills that they need to make them analytical thinkers and help them survive in the real world. And also, if this curriculum is not updated, it's of no real use, because what the United Nations wants, why the UBE was passed, why it became official in 2004, was to create an education that can help the students survive in the real world. The 9 year system does not do that in any way, and that is why it should be 12 years. Also, the 9 year system is not substantial. It doesn't give the child what the child needs. According to a research by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the child's mind becomes very active between the ages of 18 to 20. If the student is allowed the opportunity of free education to explore other areas from the senior level, from doing physics in real life to experiencing chemistry for all it is, the student's mind would be broader and the student would be able to explore other areas of life. And lastly, the lack of structure. The 9 year system does not have a rigid structure. In the words of Emeritus Professor of Education, Professor Pai Ubanya, he said the UBE is dancing to the same tune as the Universal Primary Education, which failed after a few years of implementation. So it is time for a change. Nigerian children, they need 12 years of free education. The 9 year system does not work in tune with the goals for which it was implemented. It doesn't work in tune with the United Nations proposal for education for the SDGs and the MDGs in 2030. First, the child does not have the knowledge the child needs, and the child cannot survive with what the 9 year system offers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Team Delsu. That was a wonderful one with facts as well. I love that. We'll have next the second speaker from Unilag. Over to you. You can go ahead, sir. You have the floor. Hello, sir. You have the floor. My apologies. I believe the team from Unilag are having a little bit of a network challenge. Can you hear me? Hello, Ubak Emmanuel. Okay, if they're not coming up, and they're all together, so. All right, judges, please let's give them a few minutes to see if they can sort out their challenge. I do not know what it might be because from the back end, they're all good. Their camera is on and their audio is on as well. Hello. All right. All right, hello. I think I see the. Oh, they're out again. We're here 1 minute and now they're out. I sincerely apologize. Okay, they're back now. Hello, Team Unilag. Hello, Team Unilag. Can you hear us?
We can now, we can.
All right, thank you. I apologize for your internet connections. Sorry about being in Nigeria sometimes. So you have the floor now, sir. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts once you introduce yourself.
All right. So the team Unilag categorically states that the 9-year free basic education scheme is what the Nigerian child deserves. Why? Because for a country to be termed as developed, human capital is an important indicator of development. And without development in any country at all, there is no way forward for such country. In fact, there is a single consensus around the world that education fuels development. Education facilitates development around the world. And it is this single realization that is fueling the commitment to basic education all around the world. Permit me to go back to the definition of basic education. According to the International Standard for Classification of Education, basic education comprises primary education and lower secondary school education categorically. So 12 years, which would cover the SS3, is not the definition of basic education according to the International Standard for Classification of Education around the world. And permit me to also direct my argument to what the first speaker from Delsus said about the curriculum of the 9-year scheme being outdated. I say that is false. Why? Because the curriculum has been revised in 2018 and 2014 to be able to cater for global issues, to be able to incorporate into the curriculum global issues, vocational skills that would help students even in the long run after school. What can they do with their hands? After school, what can they do? The Nigerian economy deserves skilled workers. We are lacking those skills, and that is what she also said in her argument. We need lifelong skills, and those lifelong skills would help the Nigerian economy be buoyant, be competitive for Germany, for the UK. That is where the education, and that is why the Nigerian government has incorporated the 9-year scheme to be able to help the Nigerian students, give them that dream that they truly deserve. Your children at home, your cousins, your little cousins, they deserve that effective learning, that effective sort of tutelage from their tutors, from their teachers in school, to be able to give them that dream that they truly deserve. And also, she also mentioned about the 12-year scheme being able to incorporate learning. Findings from the World Bank, Thailand, which practices the 12-year free basic education scheme, 15% of Thai students who are at the age of 15 years are functionally illiterate. That disturbs, that negates the plan for basic education. We as our children need to be functionally literate. We need to go into the job market and offer those skills to help the Nigerian populace, to bring the Nigerian dream that we truly deserve. That dream is going to take us there, and through education, we can facilitate that development that we truly need. Thank you.
Interesting conversation so far. Thank you so much, Team Unilag. Having completed the initial speeches, I would like to call on the first speaker from Delta State University to give their closing statements. Oh, I apologize. I see the second speaker hasn't spoken from Delta State University. Am I right? All right, please, I'll take you up now.
Good day. My name is Chukura Victory, representing Delta State University, representing Team VIC. Now I'm talking on 12 years is what a Nigerian child deserves. Using Sweden as a case study, the European Platon source indicated that Sweden has moved from just a mere country of agricultural farmers to a country of innovation. How did they do it? They invested in long-term education for children of ages 7 to 12, and it has expanded since then. I am talking about 1842. Now, Sweden has 1/3 of its population highly educated. This shows that education is a key factor in our development. Even President Jonathan, our past president, said during one of his speeches that the quality of our workforce is dependent on the quality of our school system. You're talking of long-term skills. The world is changing. Digital structures are coming up everywhere. If these people do not have the advantage of SS1 to SS3, how are they going to cope in a competitive labor market? Secondly, we're talking about the national curriculum. National curriculum was established by the National Nigerian Educational Research for Development. Was introduced by the Nigerian Educational Research for Development. Yes. Now, this curriculum, it doesn't cover subjects like biology, physics, maths. Personally, I didn't get to know about my reproductive system till I got to SS1. Now, tell me, how is a child supposed to cope? My teammate mentioned a point concerning psychological statistics that teens discover themselves late in life. We can have teens discovering themselves from the age of 18, and by then they're already out of school. Tell me, a child that is just beginning to discover that he can repair things at the age of 15, 16 is then told that he can no longer go to school because of the present 9 years policy. How is this going to help our country? How is this going to help Nigeria to move forward? Education is important. It is important as what? Being a sales girl that needs what? Financial accounting to what? Balance business transactions. Being a farmer that needs deep knowledge in agriculture in order to use what? Pesticides and fertilizers. Even a common man as a cyber cafe man needs what? Digital information, coding, data sciences. And these are things that are present national curriculum does not what provide. I am going to end this by saying that just because something is free doesn't mean it should be of low quality. Education is education till something is achieved. So that child is able to expand to his full potential and what contributes positively to the country's development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim Delsu. Thank you. Engaging conversations. I'd like to call on the first speaker or whoever the closing speaker for Delsu is to have the floor now.
Before I end this statement, I would love to give a point of information to the second speaker from the University of Lagos. The speaker said there was a revision to the school curriculum. While we can agree that there was a revision to the school curriculum, you would also agree with me that the curriculum is not subject to deep introspections. Recently, I and my friends, we did a project in Abraka Grammar School, Delta State, and from what we gathered, it was clear that the curriculum is not being followed to the letter, and that's a cause for serious concern. With this in mind, I would love to reiterate that we need a system like the 12 years free basic education, where students can get the necessary skills to cope in life, as this is what is in sync with the millennial development goals. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Team Abraka. Closing speech from Unilag, please.
Okay, I really appreciate the fact that the last speaker actually agreed with us that we have said the right thing. Thank you for agreeing with us. And I would like you to also know that boredom does no good to child. And lack of skills other than formal education will do nothing or no good to our economy. We only train scattered accountants instead of chartered accountants because they do not have the practical skill. The only thing that they have gone through is practical education. We don't want quack nurses, we don't want quack nurses, we don't want quack doctors, we don't want unqualified lawyers. So we need skill acquisition. Another part of it is that funding is what the Nigerian system needs. And according to the United Nations Educational Structure and Cultural Organization, they claim that 15 to 20% should be allocated to education, but Nigerian government has not been meeting up with it. I think even if it is the 9 years basic education that we are to use, we should augment it in a way that we'll be able to achieve the Nigeria we want, not extending it, not elongating it for the Nigeria. Thank you.
I'm sure that you've heard all that you need to hear to make your decisions on the matter of Delsu versus Unilag. And I'll give the floor now to you all. You can give your feedback first, what they did well, what they need to do better, and then we can round up with your scores. Thank you. Mr. Kwemi, you can go first. All right, Amabel. I don't think Okwe can hear me, so you can go first with your feedback.
Okay, thank you, EJ. Well done to the debaters. I was very impressed, really. I mean, I've been following the debates for the last couple of days. So, well, this is day 2, I believe. So, I mean, it's been very interesting, and I'm just really impressed with the level of knowledge and skills at debating, at rebuttals, the articulation of the debaters. And I have to say, well done to all the debaters today. One of the things that I would praise is the fact that they all seem to have done their research well. They've all seemed to really get the knowledge, the understanding of the topic that they're debating, which is very important. Some things I did notice, though, that I think they should be mindful of going forward is reading from notes. I think one of the other judges had mentioned that in a prior debate. So reading from notes and making it quite obvious that you're reading from a note. Be mindful of that, and being mindful of your style, your ethos. I would say the way you're coming across in the debate or to the other your fellow debaters. There has to be a certain level of regard, that shows. However, I would say that I really, really appreciate the passion, especially with the Unilag team. They're very passionate about what they're saying, and that's very well appreciated. I also do appreciate for Delsu, there was a certain level of calmness and conciseness in the way they talked about the issues, and that knowledge, and I wouldn't say it was as passionate as Unilag, but it still sent the message that needed to be sent. So very well done to the debaters. I look forward to seeing how well you move forward, or if you move forward in the process of the rounds. But well done across board.
Thank you for your feedback, Amabel. Yeah, okay, you can go forward now.
Thank you, IJ. I don't know how I missed your initial nudge. I'm gonna just piggyback on what Amabel has said. I totally align with perspective on how the debaters performed, and I would just like to also really re-emphasize countenance in terms of how you present your argument. At the end of the day, this debate is about just being able to, despite having your point or having the facts, you must be able to communicate it in a very non-aggressive, non-combustive way, just ensuring that you pass your message across. With that being said, I want to say well done to both Team Delsil and Team Unilag. You've shown depth, and that you did your research and you really understood the issues. They would have been interesting to see more practical ways in which either the reduction or the increase to 12 years, whichever way you were fighting for, was really going to be beneficial to society, especially looking at the Nigerian context. I was looking forward to hearing things around the age by which young people are leaving school now and entering the job market vis-a-vis what was obtainable at the time. Just situating it in the Nigerian situation, so much so that if you were in a position of leadership and you were really that minister for education or commissioner for health, or you're in a position to even advise government, we can trust that we'll be in good hands. And you're not just saying it because you want to debate. You're saying it because you really are backed up with reasons and objectivity, and you really are convinced that what you're advocating for is what's going to be that tipping point that would transform the educational sector. Because that it's literally a crisis that we're in, that is even resulting that you're debating from the fact that there's an ASU strike going on. Also very critical is resources. I really wanted to hear what the role resources had to play in each of your arguments. I think it was Tim Unilag who mentioned it briefly at the last concluding aspect of things. But I wanted to hear numbers, because as it stands now, one of the critical issues that the government is talking about now, the conversation has moved towards, should the government now go and borrow XYZ number of trillion? The government is now playing that blackmail card. That should we now go and borrow money, to pay ASU off? And so whatever position in which you were standing, you needed to root it in the realities of the finance of the country, or even perhaps it's you are in the position to now propose alternative means of financing, or of ensuring that whatever idea in which you're putting forward, has that kind of justification. So, but well done all the same. What I've said right now is just to further challenge you, to continue to, do more work as far as, making sure that whatever side you are on is worth considering, that, okay, this becomes a white paper sent to the Commissioner for Education across the state, who is having to make a decision on these issues. So well done, guys.
Thank you so much, Okwe, for your feedback. I see that Ahmed is here. Ahmed Umar, do you have a few words to say to the debaters?
All right. Can you hear me, AJ?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my apologies. I'm unable to turn on my screen, my camera. But I just wanted to say that it's been a good show. I like the fact that the Unilag team, were able to lay out the argument in a sequential manner. I really just pointed that. I was able to catch that. And I also like the fact that the rebuttal from Delso was delivered in a way that that was really subtle and not aggressive, and I like the presentation. And I want to commend like both team for making this work. I saw the video. You were on video, and I saw where you were taking this particular debate from. You could have easily just chickened out and say, "Oh, we don't have a nice place." Oh, our video, they're going to see that we're outside. Oh, we are sharing a space. For both teams. So it's really good that you're able to participate and contribute despite your environment or wherever you are speaking from. So I like the arguments and really good points made. Some points were a bit confusing at some point, like which I wasn't sure who was speaking for or against at some point. So, but again, I really like that you are putting on a good show. So thank you so much for participating.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to our judges. Thank you, everyone. So I'd like to take the teams up on the screen while I announce the results from this round. I hope you all camera ready. I want to see your faces as you rejoice since you're the last round in this elimination process. So yeah, I see the Unilag team is ready. And I see that, sorry, Team VIC, I would like to see your faces, but if you don't have your faces up now, it's fine. So we will go straight now to announcing the results. So for Team Delsu versus Team Unilag, debating on 12, not 9 years of free basic education is what the Nigerian child needs. It was a very good conversation, as we've all heard from our judges. Everyone came with, their part and their opinion, and it was very good. So I'd like to go. So for Delsu, you had a cumulative point of 15. And for Team Unilag, this was, I want to say that this was a very close, very close competition, because the winners are just above by 1 point. So that would lead me to announce that Team Unilag is the winner of this round with 16 points in total. So congratulations, Team Unilag. You have won this round of the debate. Congratulations. Team Delsu, thank you so much for your passionate argument, and we hope to see you soon. And we also hope to see you as you complete the capacity building part of this program. And I want to encourage you to keep, when you see opportunities like this, I want you to take it up, because trust me, you're all going places. Thank you so much for your effort. Thank you to our judges once again. Thank you to our IT support team, to all the staff of NYFF and LEAP who have supported this program. Thank you to our viewers who are online on Facebook and on YouTube. Thank you for staying tuned up until this time. We will see you in the quarterfinals. Watch out for us on our Instagram, our YouTube, our Twitter and Facebook pages. We'll be announcing the winners there, and we'll also be announcing the next steps for this debate. Remember that the final winner of this debate is going home with 1.5 million naira and other consolation prizes, same as, and then also the runners up will also be having cash prizes as well as consolation prizes. So see you soon. Follow us, and I also urge you to find a project, find a problem around you in your community, and solve them in commemoration of the International Day of the Youth, which starts today. From now till the 18th, we encourage you to do something in your community for YDOS. Stay tuned. Congratulations again, Team Unilag. See you soon. Bye-bye, everyone.
Our dearest judges.
You don't want to come down with me.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Hi,
We need to
EJ.
end the broadcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a quick
Well
done.
question. Right? I'm viewing